Okay, so it's been a little minute since I last did FF14 because we've been so busy with Rebirth. But there's a ton of stuff that I've been doing off stream that I kind of can't do any more of easily or interestingly without progressing some more. So you will notice that my white mage is now level 70. My scholar and summoner are up to 60, warrior and paladin are basically up to 60, and blue mage is up to 50. So we've got some job quest stuff that we need to do there. I especially want to make sure that I can get the blue mage stuff done so that we can unlock the masquerade thing, or whatever the fuck it is, because that's something else that I can be doing off stream. I also really want to get some more job quests done so that I can do more stuff. So one of them that I want to do is Scholar, because the AoE heals are locked behind job quests, and I'm kind of... I can't really run Scholar in high-level dungeons at the moment because it's just objectively bad. When it comes to our crafters and gatherers, I have done some leveling, but it's mainly just been when there's items on the daily hand-ins. But tribal relations, I max out with everyone until I do their job quests to get everyone up to level 3, except the Ixali need to get up to level 4. So we're going to be starting with the tribe quests. Then we are going to be doing the event quest, because it is currently the Easter event. So I need to do that. And then I think we'll do the Blue Mage job quests, and then go on to do some other job quests. So it's mainly going to be job questy stuff. Oh, yeah. Also, I have candy. These are the items that you need to farm for the A Realm Reborn relic in order to get it to the next stage, the Atma to Zenith weapon, I think it is. And there's 12 of them, one for each of the Zodiac. And there are 10 classes for A Realm Reborn. So yeah, I farmed all of it. This is another reason why I kind of needed to stream this now. I have quite literally done just about everything that I can. So yeah, that's something that we kind of need to do. So in fact, let's go to North Shroud. No, North Shroud. And we're going to start with getting the next level of the A Realm Reborn weapon and doing the Ixal quests, and then we'll go and do the probably, to be fair, after that we can do the event, and then we can go and swing back and do all the other tribes. How's it going, Thrill? You doing all right? Oh yeah, and we could also unlock Sage and Reaper, which then only leaves 3 classes, at least until the next expansion comes out, that I haven't unlocked. Because those 3 are... the unlock criteria is being in Heavensward's main city. Okay, so it's from Zenith to Atma. Tyrus. I don't think I can... Yeah, I can't whilst I have it equipped. This quest is a little bit weird because... Fuck it. I can do it. I'll be naked, but I can do it. Because you need to enhance it when you've not got it equipped. And then it'll let you do the next quest. 12 unique varieties of asthma. You've done well, my dear adventurer. Pray, leave the rest to me. I require but a moment. I'm doing good, thanks, Thro. We've got a lot of stuff that we need to do today. It is done. True to my theory, the souls housed within the Atma have merged with your relic. Take it up once more, adventurer, and savor the newfound power that courses through it. Yeah. So now I can just do that. And we can equip that. And it looks much the same as it did before, but with a glowy red bit on it. But we can now do the next quest, which is the Trial of the Braves. This is what I wanted to unlock, because if I remember rightly, this is quite possibly the thing that is going to take the longest for me to do, and will be done primarily off stream. My stout assistant. I trust you are enjoying your Atma-infused relic. Now, while your newfound might may indeed be impressive, what if I were to tell you that your weapon may grow even mightier still? My research leads me to believe that this is a distinct possibility. As before, if you would agree to be my subject, I promise that you will not be the worse for your part. What say you? You'll be doing more map clearing on Rebirth whilst I partake in the MMO grind. Fair enough. I knew I could count on you, my friend. Listen then to the theory I have recently formed. Legend tells that when the world lies upon the brink of destruction, brave souls who bear the light shall arise to banish the darkness. Those heroes are known by myriad names, but in my native Razatan they are called the Zodiac Braves. The Zodiac Braves were said to wield arms of unparalleled might that shone with the radiance of 1,000 stars. My ultimate objective, dear adventurer, is no less than the recreation of these legendary arms. Tavnerian tradition holds that the Zodiac Braves gathered light to their weapons by vanquishing formidable foes. It is my theory that the heroes were in fact absorbing souls. And now, through the use of Atma, your weapon has been transformed into something with the selfsame ability, and it exists as a vessel for souls. At present, however, this vessel holds but a small fraction of its capacity. If your weapon is to realize its potential, you must have it drink deep of the souls of slain foes. Of course, not every soul is created equal, and so it follows that not all creatures will serve our purpose. Indeed, the Zodiac Braves themselves were very particular as to which foes they chose to vanquish. In the interest of efficiency, you would do well to seek out adversaries of like nature. For this, you might refer to the Trials of the Braves, a collection of sacred texts that tell of the heroes' deeds. The books are common enough in Razatan, but having recently formed my theory, I did not think to bring them with me. Alas, though, with trade flourishing between our lands, mayhap there is a local merchant dealing in imported wares who has them in stock. You do need a break from it, though. Yeah, I don't blame you. As much as I want to play Rebirth, I think it's going to be good to do this stream to take a little bit of a break from it. I did do a little bit of farming. For AP earlier, just so that we had a bit more options with materia. Okay, so we can now do Lathe to the party to get Ixal up to level 4. Squawk! I have need of After's help, Sizzle does. So close we are, taking shape before our very eyes, Desul Quilhanis. Hull for body, engine for heart. Next, fashion muscle to transfer power to wings we must. Developed by Featherless One's ceruleum technology was very advanced. First Ixal in history to design and build our own engine we are. Function perfectly, main engine components do. Flawless was Tataramu's design, an abundance of materials for upcoming task we have. A tiny problem there is. Maybe not so tiny. Squat! Machine tool for cutting transmission parts we have not. Many intricate gears and cogs harness power produced by engine. Propulsion system they do. With one precision gear wheel, then make lathe to grind such parts we could. Our best hope after is beg, borrow, steal, but have that gear wheel we must. Only Featherless Ones have item we seek. Rest on After's shoulders, fate of Desul Quillan does. Maybe you'll just play some form of multiplayer tonight. Refresh the palette, as it were. What was the other thing that you were playing? You told me... Oh, you were playing Dead by Daylight. That's what it was. I was listening in on Settle's lamentations. It would seem we are in need of a new lathe, or failing that, a part that will allow us to build one. A gear wheel such as that one we seek must be of the highest degree of workmanship. Should it be warped by even the slightest fraction, that imperfection will be reflected in the turning of the lathe and make the crafting of precision components impossible. No, it must be one made to extremely exacting specifications. I speak of the difference of a single hair's width here. In the entire realm of Eorzea, I could count on the fingers of one hand the master artisans who are capable of forging such a piece. And even should we be so fortunate as to secure the services of such a talented individual, we must consider the time it would take to craft the gear wheel. Our project might languish for weeks, if not months. It would be far better we were to focus on obtaining an existing gear wheel, and then somehow convince the owner to part with it. A lathe. Where have I seen a lathe before? Ah, yes! I have vague memories of seeing one in my grandfather's workshop, which was somewhere outside the city? That's it! You must return to Gridania and speak with Coulson once more. He's been with Highwind Skyway since the beginning. If anyone were to know what's become of my grandfather's lathe, Rudy Coulson. He will likely be in or around the Garlean Canopy. The old man's never far from the airships when not attending to business. Okay. To Gridania! Alright, Garlean Canopy, to be fair, I could just... Whilst we're in Gridania, we can do the event quest. It's here. Oh, there he is. Yes, I remember you. My eyesight may be failing me, but my mind is yet sharp, thank you very much. You're the last Master Tataramu employed as a delivery girl. Surely the materials I provided you were sufficient, yes? Huh? The young master wishes to know what became of the lathe from his grandfather's workshop? Well now, that does bring back memories. It must be nigh on 50 years ago that I began my apprenticeship with Tatanora, a famous adventurer and businessman. I still recall the day he conceived his revolutionary enterprise. He proposed the idea of building passenger balloons that shared the principle, if not the purpose, of Ixali dirigibles. His company was the very first air travel service in the realm, and marked the birth of Highwind Skyways. Of course, it was not until around 30 years later, when Sid Garlon brought airship technology to Eorzea, that flights between cities became a regular occurrence. Those were the days, though. I close my eyes. I can still see the workshop. I can still hear our excited optimism as Tatanora and I worked tirelessly on the construction of that first balloon. Pray, excuse an old man is reminiscing. What were we speaking of? Ah, yes, lathes. I believe the lathe Master Tataramu refers to was the one we used in the old Fulgord workshop. I'm afraid the place was shut down and dismantled for lumber after Tatabara assumed management of the company. The end of an era, after all. I wonder if there are still any in Fulgord who remember that time. Perhaps you might try speaking with the employees of the Bobbing Cork. I certainly could. Oh, I also took part in the recent sale, so we now have a flower crown, because there's only so many things that will actually show on Eorzea, and the flower crown is one of them. The other thing I got was an outfit for the blue mage. Stupid sexy Tonberry. And you'll notice that we have quite a few spells. I'll go through that when we do the blue mage quest that we've still got to do. Yeah. Welcome, my friend! I take it the Hatchingtide decorations have caught your eye. It warms my heart to greet yet another reveller, for I am the host of this event, Gilly Aliopo, at your humble service. If I'm not mistaken, you're an adventurer, yes? Might I have your name? After, a festive name to be sure. I hope that you'll find all things Hatchingtide to your liking. In fact, I know you shall. For I have seen it in a dream clear as the one I had many moons ago, where the 12 Archons delivered unto me a prophecy which inspired this occasion. I have worked tirelessly since that night to do their words justice. This year, it was again a dream that sparked my imagination, a dream of a Gobu, massive and marvellous, standing upon the stage where else but in an Uldar, so many malms away. Wreathed in radiant flowers of pink, the darling Gobu held in her hands an egg decorated most lavishly. And there is but one time of year when the sandy brown of that city is accented by peach blossoms in full bloom. Yes, I speak of Little Ladies' Day. The message of Mistress Aliopo's dream was clear. Combine the spirit of Hatchingtide and Little Ladies' Day to create the most exciting day that the city has seen. Naturally, we sought out those in charge of the event and brought our proposal before them. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mistress After. I have the honor of acting as this year's Royal Seneschal, and it is my duty to bring smiles and cheers to all the ladies of the realm. What is Little Ladies' Day, you ask? Why, it is a day when the maidens of Eorzea are doted upon as princesses by their very own loyal seneschal. Mistress Aliopo's proposal was quite unprecedented, and so confident was she in her vision that she had already secured the services of a performer and his Gobu companion before meeting with us. I regret to say not all in Uldar share in her conviction. Many doubt the safety of such an act, which has brought our plans for Little Ladies' Day to a standstill. The trepidation is not without cause, mind you. Some 15 years ago, a supposedly tame Gobu ran amok in the city streets, causing untold harm. When the Seneschal informed us of these circumstances, I got to thinking, we should hold a Hatchingtide event here in Gridania with a Gobu as the main attraction. Not only would this lift the spirits of Gridania's people, but it would prove to those in Uldar that the Gobu poses no danger. Surely that would put any doubts to rest. In fact, the performers have already arrived. Nonota and I were treated to a display of their show, and I must say, never have I seen a Gobu so pretty and sweet. Out of all the paths forward we could have taken, this seemed to be the only one which might please all parties. I came to Gridania at once, so I could act as a witness for my peers in Uldar. Since you're here, might you accompany me to the show? Someone as well versed in this realm's beastkin as you may be singularly qualified to tell us just how docile this Gobu is. I expect quite a few eggs for my troubles. Eggs? Quite an unusual form of payment, but I believe Mistress Aliopo has plenty. Regardless, the look on your face says you agree to my proposal. Many thanks, and I look forward to what is sure to be a fantastic show. I'm paraphrasing. Well then, all is settled. The show of a lifetime awaits at Bent Branch Meadows. You'd best not tarry. Agreed. Let us make our way there and speak with Dalamud, the performer in charge. Oh, I can hardly wait. Yeah. One of the best best sounds or orchestrion roles in the game at the moment, and I'm pretty sure you can buy it from the cash shop at the moment. They tend to release the event items in the cash shop a year after the event. For the seasonal ones anyway, not for the limited time ones, like the collab with FF15. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's something else that I've done off stream, thinking about it. Chimcontendies is now level 12. And is working up to being level 13. So they're an attacker and half defender. I could also get a couple of levels into healer, but I kind of want to focus down defender for now. Ink. Pretty. I want it. But that's the reward from doing the quest, so... didn't see you there. Can we help you? Greetings! I am the Royal Seneschal, in charge of making Little Ladies' Day most memorable for all ladies of the realm. Mistress Aliepo has informed us that you have quite the show prepared for us. Ah, we've been waiting for you. You'll be hard-pressed to pick your jaw up off the floor after you see what my PT has in store for you. I've been watching over ever since the day I found her wandering the wilderness all by her lonesome. We spent ages looking for a family, but now I suppose we're all each other has. Petey, a lovely name to be sure, and those flowers, are they peach blossoms? I dare say she is the very picture of the Little Ladies' Day princess. I'm glad to hear that, and I know Petey is too. She's thought of little else since the moment Miss Aliepo came to us with a peculiar request. There's nothing in this world we love more than hearing an audience cheer. I think this time we'll earn that and then some. We call this one Egg Surprise. Go on, Petey. That was astounding. Impressive, ain't it? And all it took was a few glamour prisms. Of course, that wasn't where the genius was required. It took us days and nights of racking our brains to figure out how to capture the spirit of 2 celebrations. In the end, though, I think we did about as good a job as you could have expected. Now, here comes the rub. Ever since we arrived in Gridania, Petey's been a little on edge. Hate to see her like this, but I think I figured out what's causing it. As you just saw, she's got no problem performing in front of an audience of 2. When there's a whole gaggle of revelers showed up not too long ago, she just froze up. I see. She must not be used to such large crowds. Luckily, I managed to save the show by climbing atop her head. That set her mind at ease and helped her find her courage. But I ain't as young as I used to be, and my knees are already crying out in protest at the prospect of climbing her again. But you, on the other hand, reckon you got plenty of malms left in those adventurous legs of yours. Might I trouble you to join our merry troop and support Petey during her star turn? All you have to do is climb atop her head and head towards the crowds. Show them our act and tell the spectators to come to me for an egg of their own. Still plenty to go around. Jesus. Trust me, Pete'll love having you aboard. Now's our chance to get these eggs in the hands of the eager Gridanians. She's too timid to wander off on her own, so if something else demands your attention, she'll make her way back to me. Now get out there and give Gridania an egg surprise. Oh my god! Petey can fly! Hey. Get egged! Oh my stars, what manner of... Oh, you're promoting Haction Tide. Yes, I knew that, of course. Splendid trick that was, truly. Never knew Gobos to be adept at anything besides eating, but you've expanded my horizons. Mayhap I'll partake in the festivities this year after all. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? That was amazing. The rabbits were so adorable. And that crown of peach blossoms is so pretty. Wonder if they give them out with the eggs. Let's go find out. Egg. What did I just see? Ah, this must be that performing Gobu I've heard so much about. Good show, good show. Think I'll get an egg of my own to remember this by. That was easy. Good work, Arthur. Same goes for you, PT. Could hardly pass around the eggs fast enough. And it looks like PT's managed to conquer her fears. Let's hope these ovations are enough to conquer the seneschals. And then this is where I get PT's horn. Okay. Although I've been but a bystander in affairs so far, what I've seen has been truly inspiring. PT is possessed not only of a kind heart, but the soul of an entertainer as well. I would have her be the main attraction of our stage in Uldar. On behalf of the Little Ladies' Day Planning Committee, I invite you to our city as honoured guests. Well, I'm not one to decline such an eager invitation. Consider it accepted. But first, I'd best tell Miss Aliopo that she'll be needing more eggs. Go on to Uldar and we'll find our own way there before long. Wonderful. Then I should depart at once and make the stage ready for your arrival. You've helped tremendously already, but there's no denying that PT has taken a shine to you. Might you watch over her in Uldar for a while? Just until she becomes accustomed to the crowds. To Uldar! So I'm probably going to start setting up Final Fantasy XIV as a regular Friday stream. And just playing it once a week. Because once we're done with 7 Rebirth, Dragon's Dogma 2 will probably be out. And I kind of really want to play that. I've not seen anything about it, but I enjoyed Dragon's Dogma so much that I just know I'm going to fucking love it. So I really want to play that. Ah, you arrived. You'll be glad to know that I've managed to win over the planning committee with my story of PT show. Uldar's gates will be cast wide for her arrival. If she is amenable to the idea, I would have her be the star attraction on this year's stage. But the first order of the day is to spread the word. If we tell the citizens what we saw in Bent Branch Meadows, it is my hope that they will welcome PT with open arms. And if her show is a success, then we will have managed a celebration which spans from Gridania to Uldar, painting smiles upon the faces of all the realm's little ladies and egg fanatics alike. I shall stay here and drum up what interest that I can. After, pray head to the steps of Thal and do the same. Meet me at the stage afterwards, and together we can shower PT with applause. So that's the start of that quest. That's to get the Reaper. I don't think I'm gonna unlock Reaper and Sage just yet. Because even if I do unlock them, there's not really much I can do with them. Because they start at level 70. So all that they'd be doing is taking up space in my armory chest. But I will get them at some point. Probably soon. Just not right now. Didn't know gobus were capable of anything more than mindless eating. And you sure this show isn't just watching a beast chomping on hay? Crowds in Gridania gave her a standing ovation. Well, when you put it that way. Besides, it's not as if I have all else to do. Alright, look for me among the crowd. Because obviously if I'm going to be working on the relics for a bunch of different classes, that is going to take up a decent chunk. There's going to be 10 extra things taking up slots in here. I mean, it is only 2 less slots. Not really that bad. And the Sage would give me gear that I could equip on my White Mage, I think. Forget if it's... I know that I can't equip the Sage weapon as a White Mage, but I think I might be able to equip its starting armor. No, I wouldn't. A Gobu performer, aren't they dangerous? Suppose a friend of mine was raving about a show that she saw in Gridania. If it's the very same, I suppose it's worth a look. Well, that one was easy. Oh, that's a point. Do I need to... I do. Sundrop is max level at the moment because they're the same level as I am as a botanist, so I can't actually level them up anymore. That is useful, but by sending them on quick explorations, they have the chance to come back with stuff that either I can use or I can sell. So, yeah. It's not a terrible way for me to get equipment higher level than 50 at the moment. Because it's free. Well, it costs ventures, but I'm getting those from doing my daily quests with the tribes anyway. A Gobu, here in Uldar? That dredges up terrible memories of the rampage I witnessed as a child. How'd you know that won't happen again? Have you seen this Gobu with your own eyes? Yes, and she brought countless smiles to the people of Britannia. Is that so? Well, see no reason why you should lie to me. Very well, I shall go. Perhaps this is a way to conquer my fears. Oui. Probably the quickest. Is there anything else that I could do whilst I'm in... Oh, I could do the Blue Mage stuff whilst we're here. But then I've kind of started the Ixal quest, gone to the event, and then I'd be going off and doing something else again, so maybe not. My thanks after. It seems word has spread even further than I had hoped. And while this is cause for celebration, PT appears to be intimidated by their expectant gazes. Of course, you could just hop on her head and she'd calm down just like that. But we can't lean on you forever. Why don't you rally her spirits with some encouraging words? Seems she's warm to you and I reckon she'd appreciate whatever you have to say. You can do it! Was she just shaking her head? She was. Truth be told, this is her first time performing alone in front of so many people. I can see why her legs won't listen to her art. Oops, that's not what I want to do. That's what I want. Remember how happy you made everyone in Gridania? Grrr. That did the trick! You really got a talent for lifting the spirits of the downtrodden. We are in your debt, truly. It's almost time. Lady Aliopo would have arrived by now. After, pray join the bystanders and give Petey your heartiest cheer. Where do you want me to stand? Oh, over here, okay. And now for the final act. Bedecked in blooming flowers, this Gobu princess has prepared something unforgettable for all the little ladies out there. Get egged. This is just how I envisioned it in my dream. To think I ever believed Gobus were naught but wild beasts. Oh, I simply adore her. If Action Tide is even half as thrilling as this show, I'd best catch the next airship to Gridania. All's well that ends well. Little ladies get a great show and Action Tide gets more egg seekers. Their smiles are like so many flowers in full bloom. Petey will be the talk of Uldar for months to come. That she will, that she will. I have to thank you, Miss Aliopo, for giving us both the chance to bring a little brightness to so many lives. Now, give me that pink fuck. Thank you, Petey, for bringing joy to the citizens of Uldar, especially its little ladies. That was better than I could have imagined. Action Tide and Little Ladies' Day both will be remembered as the highlights of the year. Couldn't have done it without your help. We'll both be looking back on this experience with fondness for the rest of our lives. Speaking of which, got thinking maybe it's time I leave this performance business behind me and let Petey spread her wings. I think she'd be more than happy by your side if you'll have her. As for me, I have it in mind to find a place to settle down and rest these old bones. I'd hate to tie Petey down just for what she's found her passion. You can bring her along on your adventures. She'll be able to deliver smiles to the corners of the world I've only heard tales of. How could I say no? Truth be told, I only asked you as a formality. I know I've placed her in good hands. I look forward to hearing of her exploits as I while the days away. I don't mean to be rude, but I am required in Gridania. None otters must know just how perfectly my dream manifested. Give the lass our regards, eh? I'll stay here in Uldar until the festivities end. And who knows, maybe longer. And with that, allow me to thank you personally after. No princess in all the realm could have asked for a more devoted seneschal. And that includes Petey. Seeing you dote upon her so dutifully reminded me why I volunteered for this position in the first place. Although Petey's show has concluded, Little Ladies' Day has not. Pray, enjoy all that we have prepared. And don't be a stranger in Gridania either. Yeah. Oh, I've unlocked the Egg Hunter Riggy minigame. What the fuck is going on with the... What the fuck? Hold up. Okay, that's better. It's good to see that the shitty job of sewing that I did has stopped the issues with the chair, because as you can see, if I do that, it was kind of fucking up before and was annoying me. So now that that's not doing that, I feel a bit better. Okay, there we go. We have PT, which means that now I can add to the favorites, and we have PT. So let's go to Full Gourd Float and continue the Ixal quest. Yeah. Once we've done the Ixal quest, we can then go and do the Blue Mage. Do we want to do the Blue Mage stuff, or do we want to do the rest of the tribes? I'll probably just try and bash out all the tribes. Welcome to the Bob and Cork, friend. Would you be needing a room? No? Come for a drink and some gossip, then. A lathe? I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the term. Some manner of tool from the old Skyways workshop that used to stand here. Pity our previous owner has moved on. 10 years I've worked here, but never have I heard talk of any such workshop. Well, I may know naught of a lathe, but we do have a mountain of unclaimed possessions that we've been adding to since the dawn of bloody time. The inn has the largest storeroom in town, you see, and it's the favoured reliquary for all manner of unwanted or forgotten artefacts that once belonged to either residents or customers. Only just this morning I thought to clear some space by throwing away the oldest and dustiest relics. You're more than welcome to sift through the pile outside and take whatever you wish. Rebirth is really making you want to replay 10. You must not give in to the urge. Yeah, I need to replay 10 at some point. What I'm planning, though, is to adopt a 3-game pattern where my Monday and Wednesday streams are a game that I can kind of dip in and out of and just play a couple of hours of easily enough, which could be something like Final Fantasy X or Dark Souls. Like, I can very happily play just a couple of hours and then stop. That might mean that I just fight against a boss and don't beat it, but that's fine. Friday be Final Fantasy XIV, so that we can continue to make progress and stuff like that on it. And then Saturday and Sunday streams, the long streams, would be for more of a newer game or something that I've not necessarily played before or am excited about. Something that basically I want to play, which isn't to say that I don't want to play the other stuff that I'm streaming, because my whole point is that I stream what I like. Let's not look at Scarlet Nexus. But something that I really want to sit down and play for longer periods of time like that. That's currently what's going on. There's also, I am in negotiations about perhaps doing something special once a week, but we will see. That's what you want to do. You have days for main game, then others for multiplayer or MMOing. Fair. And there's a tune at certain points and in certain places that you feel has a Xanacan feel to it. I can understand that. Especially if I think you get to go to the Temple of the Ancients in Rebirth. Because I'm pretty sure that's where the pause menu is. And that's probably like one of the last regions or is the last region of Rebirth before the final part of the trilogy. So I could imagine that that would potentially have Xanakin vibes to it. After! Is that what I think it is? The gear wheel from the lathe! I came to Fulgord on the barest of remembrances, but I'm certainly glad I did. The workshop itself is gone. Some things are too precious to simply fling into a midden heap. One of the artisans must have saved it. My grandfather was always well respected, you see, and even in his later years he would take me to see the workers practicing their trade. Listen well, Tataramu, he would say. Coin has its uses, but aught of true value is bought with passion and persistence. To reach the highest skies, you must spread your wings and soar. His words of wisdom were as the sweetest lullabies to me as a child. It was likely his influence that encouraged me to pursue my love of airship design. Huh? What's this? Face of the gear wheel is engraved with a dedication of some kind? My dear friend Dezel Quillan, on these wings I pledge our everlasting bond. Patanora. But this would mean... After, let us return to Ecatl and deliver this treasure to Sezel without delay. There are certain questions to which our Ixal colleague may hold the answers. You were thinking it will be the last region if it's in this one. As you say, the menu background looks like it. I think... that that's going to be the final region. Or the final dungeon, or whatever the fuck. But then that means that we're going to get the tiny Bronco. And then the third part would be going to the Cetran, or the ancient village, or whatever the fuck it's called. So the third game, the final game, might have some very hard-hitting shit go on quite early. Scott! Nervously waiting for After's return, Cecil was. Releasing decidedly unblessed wind, bowels were. Lovely. Yeah, the third part's going to be wild. Because I don't know, are we going to get Sid? Because then the third game will be getting all of the huge materia, which they've kind of been bigging up in Rebirth. And doing all of the like ultimate weapon stuff and things like that. But I don't know, until we finished Rebirth, I don't really know. And I should probably not talk about it whilst playing a different game. Yes, exactly what we needed, this gear wheel is. Good, good, good. Edging much closer to reality. Dream of Dezel Quillan is. Dezel, there's something I would ask you. Pale, Tataramu looks. Nervous belly like Sezel? Ask permission to use latrine trench. Tataramu need not. No. Perhaps you should just read the inscription on the gear wheel. Inscription? I see tiny words, Sezel did not. My dear friend, Dezel Quillan, on these wings I pledge our everlasting bond. Tatanora. Tatanora is my grandsire. He is the man who founded Highwind Skyways 46 years ago, and I'm fairly certain we've all heard that second name before. Care to share the source of your amusement, Sezel? Too perfect it is, destined to fall into our hands, this gear wheel was. Dezel Quillan, outcast and genius, first chief of Ecatl 9, master balloon maker, and Sezel's respected mentor. Your mentor? Then the name of our hybrid ship? Yes, one and the same. Think of better way to honor Chief's memory, Sezel could not. Then it was true. Huh? I speak of an old rumor. It was said that Grandfather's company was built on his appropriation of Beastman aeronautics, that all the balloons he flew were not more than base imitations of Ixali-made vessels. There's a rumour that was officially denied, and any mention has been thoroughly expunged from written records on the assertion that even unfounded claims of stolen Beastman technology would unduly harm Highwind Skyway's reputation. I'd thought it merely the rumblings of rivals, sick with envy at Grandfather's success. Yes, envy it was, Squaw. Envy that led your ancestors to steal our genius. Thieves, thieves and liars! Says a lie. Pulling Tataramu's tail feathers, Cecil was. Judging by words on Gear Wheel, stolen from us, this knowledge was not. Friends they were. Shared craft with Tataramu's grandfather, Dezel Qualan did. See it clearly, Cecil can. Two dreamers gazing into vast sky. One feathered, and one not. Not so different, our past and present, eh? Fate has had a hand in our meeting, it would seem. I'm honoured to continue the friendship our elders began with Cecil Totolok. Squawk! Dust in Cecil's eye there is. Back to work! Swiftly now, or find tongue shortened on new lathe, Tataramu will. Nice. Ship's coming together. And now I have 4 different quests that I can take. So I can use all of my allowances just on the Ixal if needed. Which, to be honest, might well be how I level it. Right, let's do the Sahagin. So if I remember rightly, the combat tribes only go up to level 5 as their max for A Realm Reborn, but the Ixal go up to level 8 or 9. Yeah. That's gonna go well. After, I wish to ask a tedious favor of you. There is a task to which I must attend. A task that will take me away from the nursery for a time. Thus, I would have you watch over my clutch while I am gone. You need not feed or discipline the spawnlings. Few, Hugh, and Sue have such duties well in hand. The coral tridents concern me. It would be foolish to think our acts of sabotage have escaped their notice, and they surely desire vengeance. Thus far, my presence has been sufficient to deter any such reprisals, but should they learn of my absence... To where do you travel, Clutchfather? What is this task to which you speak? Do not question your elder, Sue. Your duty is to care for your spawn brothers, that and not more. I leave the safety of the nursery to you after. I will return as soon as I am able. But Clutchfather! I have never known the Clutchfather to leave the nursery in another's care. The fate of our people must hang in the balance. I wish only that he would trust us with the details. Spawnlings we may be, but we have taken our warrior's right And yet the Clutchfather will not even describe to us the battle of his youth. Now that I think on it, he has told us almost nothing of himself. We know little of his past, or his part in the old wars. Will you do something for me? I want you to find out about this vital task, and learn if there is aught we can do to aid the Clutchfather. Many of our older kin speak of him with reverence and respect. They live scattered about our territory, the Reef of Sending, Reaver Hide, and even one on Moonshade Isle, but you may need one of Pa's elves to carry you there. Perhaps in their stories you might hear the clue we need to solve this mystery. Now, to get them to speak with you, you'll need to show them this shell inscribed with our clutch mark. That should keep the cause their memories to tumble forth of their own accord. The elders do love to reminisce about the old days. I still feel bad. Putting on that. I'm not making fun of anyone with a speech impediment. It's written that way. Hey-oh! Leave me be, Shorewalker. This is my isle. I'm harming no one. Why do you carry Nob's clutch mark? Has he cashed his loss in with the Finlish ones? But it is too late for Nob. His time ended long ago. Zug is the champion of the spawning grounds now. No other warrior is fit to claim the mantle of the Scarlet She-Devil. Mark my words, he shall rise to greatness on the mountain of Shorewalker bones. Well, fuck you too. It's gonna be quicker to ride the Alps back and then fly. Give me thanks. It is a sacred place, Shorewalker. Only the tridents of fallen Zagin are allowed to impale the Reef of Sending. You come at the behest of Nov's clutch. The spawnlings wish to know more of their Clutchfather, do they? It is odd that they send a Shorewalker, but then many things appear odd to my aged eyes. Listen well, finless one. Nov was once the undisputed leader of the Coral Tridents, a mighty warrior who thought of naught but the glory and prosperity of his people. You tell his offspring that. You tell them they ought to be proud of their Clutchfather and his deeds. That's right. He was the big kahuna. Why did you bother me, finless one? I did not summon any reavers to do my bidding. So, you are the one the others have seen consorting with Nov's clutch. Fortunate for you that all Shorewalkers look the same to us. If you come seeking your Sahagin friend, I hear Nov has come to parley with Zug in the Serpent's Tongue. I can only guess at the subject of their discussion. Here, take your shell back, finless one. Well, did the old ones have much to say? Shh, the Clutch Father once led the Coral Trident? Incredible. And now you say he goes to meet with the Trident's current leader? Psh, you cannot possibly expect to negotiate with those fanatics. The stink of ambush upon this parley reaches me even here. Oh, Clutch Father, that is why you chose to attend the meeting without your spawnlings. You mean to fight those savages alone? Finlish one, I would willingly face battle myself, but I cannot abandon my duty to protect my clutch mates. It falls to you to ensure this does not end in tragedy. The Clutch Father is meeting with the Coral Trident in the Serpent's Tongue. You are the only one I can trust to rescue him when the parley turns sour, and you can be sure it will. Whee! Sexy. You come alone into our lair, Nov? Your mind is as wilted as your fins, old one. What the fuck are you wearing on your head? Bear greetings to you too, young Zug. You have no right to call me by that name. I am the Scarlet Sea Devil. Enemies of the Coral Tridents tremble at my coming. You do well to show some respect. Calm yourself, Zug. Not come here to trade insults. I only wish to talk. Have you thought about our future, Zug? The future of the Sahagin? Have you seen how our people fade into darkness like the evening sun sinking below the ocean waves? Poetry, Nov. You become even more pitiful than I suspected. You were once feared above all, bloodthirsty as a shark, deadly as a ray's sting, savage as a sea serpent, the terror of the Indigo Deep. You were the first Scarlet Sea Devil. Have you forgotten who you truly are? I consigned that title to the deep long ago, along with my heinous past. Psh, and that is why your legacy must live on through me. The Coral Tridents will thrust our spears into the very heart of this land and bathe in the gushing blood of the finless ones. If we lack the territory in which to spawn, then we shall take it by force. Our offspring will thrive on sand that has drunk the life waters spilled from our enemies. I see my words are wasted on you. It is so hard to understand, Zug. What is needed right now is diplomacy, not war. Your hubris will doom our spawnlings to live of violence and misery, with the edge of a soldier's blade the only cessus. The only one doomed here is you. Did you expect to leave here alive, Nov? Kill the traitor, rip off his fins, strip away his scales. Oh shit. He's going Super Saiyan. You said he was weak now, feeble. Cowards, spineless sea dogs. Return to the shallows, Zug. You are not ready for the ocean deep. This is far from over, old one. As the infirmities of age claim your vigor, I shall only grow stronger. We shall see which of us is remembered by history as the true Scarlet Sea Devil. You can come out now. After you stood ready to rush to my rescue, I smell Sue's hand in this. I yet think of him as my little spawnling, but his instincts are those of a warrior grown. My strength has not dimmed so much that I need cower before the fins of my offspring. But you have my thanks all the same. Come, let us return to the nursery. It would not be wise for you to linger here. Well, that went better than I would have expected. Come on. Oh, there we are. An explanation is in order. Sue, I would have you hear this as well. I am listening, Clutch Father. There is much I have kept from the Clutch, but the wreckage of my past cannot stay submerged forever. It is time to tell you my tale. 15 years ago, I led the Coral Tridents in countless acts of piracy. Pillage, slaughter, kidnapping. There was no foul deed I did not commit. For the shorewalkers of Lenosia, I was nightmare made flesh, a demon from the Indigo Deep, the Scarlet Sea Devil. All those I killed, all the land I seized, I did so for the future of my people. I had not a single shred of doubt that my actions were just. I was as zealous as Zug is now. It is tradition among the Sahagin that our queen, the Indigo Matriarch, reward a proven warrior with a clutch of her eggs. Such a champion earns the right to become Clutch Father to the spawnlings thus hatched. Even among the elite, my victories overshadowed all others. The matriarch honored me with more than 100 eggs, from which many healthy offspring emerged. My clutch was the envy of the tribe. Never in my arrogance and pride did I expect what was to happen next. I returned to my nursery after a typical campaign of looting ships, only to be greeted by a sight that haunts me to this day. The broken corpses of my spawnlings, strewn atop another in a gruesome mountain of death. This was an act of pure vengeance. The shorewalkers had trailed me to our island home and waited patiently for me to leave. Then they put my children to the sword. I wept and howled until I seemed my sanity had fled. And then all at once, I understood. The blame for my spawnling's grisly fate belonged with me. Hate and suffering bring only more of the same. It draws you into a whirling maelstrom of reprisal and retaliation that leads to naught but a soulless abyss. My salvation lay in the few unhatched eggs that had somehow escaped the bloody retribution. I cast away my hollow dreams of glory and focused on raising my surviving sons. You and your spawn brothers, Sue. The Scarlet Sea Devil died that day, and Nov the Clutch Father was born. I am proud of you, Clutch Father. We will stop the Coral Tridents, I promise you. Not just for ourselves, but for the clutch mates who left behind. the Sahagin voices are not good for my throat, apparently, because I am a little bit sick. Does it all make sense now after the reason I recruited you to our cause? Be truthful, I have never forgiven the shorewalkers for what was done. but it will never let my actions be guided by rage, for the path will not bring us the peace I desire. No, I would create a legacy worth leaving for my children. Let us continue building that bridge. Sweet, well, at least now I can fucking rest my throat. And now there's more items. Nice. And now I have 3 different lots of stuff I can buy here. Of quests. And it's just more dye. That's fine, that's good to know. Have I unlocked... No. Not that one. Is it Sue that I need to speak to? Yes! Okay, so now we're starting to earn the specific currency for this tribe, which I could then buy this stuff with. Which at the moment is pretty much all the same stuff, except for some furniture. But being able to buy unidentified shells and things like that might actually be worth it. So I'm going to need a lot of them. Because those are items needed for the Heaven's Ward relic. So yeah. I'm... At the moment, I need to farm the items for all of the A Realm Reborn relics. And then I'll think about the Heavensward ones. Because I can't even start the Heavensward ones until we've beaten Heavensward. Which is obviously some way away. But okay, it's time to do the kobolds, and then we'll be halfway through all of the tribe quests. Just the woman I was hoping to see. I fear ill tidings drift in from Camp Overlook. Zogar and his scurvy crew have been quiet. Too quiet for the commander's liking, if you catch my drift. Aye, our scouts have reason to believe that they've recovered from their recent setback and are gathering strength for a retaliatory strike. I'd speak to Commander Bloedin myself, but it seems he's none too pleased with my efforts on the 789th Order's behalf. If I know the commander, he's far more like to cut an adventurer like yourself some slack. Travel to Camp Overlook in my stead, won't you? Literally just fucking came from there. Oi, after! You haven't happened to see my favourite lieutenant around, have you? I'm afeard dear Skateswin has steered us right into the eye of the storm. Our creed might be till sea swallows all, but I wouldn't mind if it swallowed her first. Any road, we've been working with her up till now, right? Good. That means you can help clean up this mess. Now listen well. My scouts just returned from Ugumaru. It seems our friend Zogar was so enamoured by your little prank that he's united the most powerful orders in the tunnels under his black flag. That's right, scores upon scores of the buggers all in sulphur saltpeter and the god knows what else to all corners of the mountain. Aye, there's no doubt in my mind. The bombs that they brandished the last time were only the start of it. You and Skateswin started this by casting your lot with the 789th. Now you can get us out of this. Whatever it takes to keep Zogar off our backs until we can bolster our defences, you make it happen. Understood? I know that I should be saying the 789th, but that's just so much harder to say. So, it's as I feared. Zogar's taken the elm at Ugumaru. Is brewing a most nasty sort of revenge. But the commander's right, our fingerprints are all over this mess, so it's our duty to help wipe it up. Yeah, we must. Oh, woe is me! Misfortune, misery, woe! Please, help me, adventurer. Yes, you must! What are you yapping about this time? My beloved BB, my dear, my darling, my beloved. She said she would meet me hours ago, but she's nowhere to be found. No, nowhere at all. She said she would come by way of the Kobold Dig. If she were caught by Zogar, I shudder to think what would happen. Tremble, shiver, shudder. You must save her. Yes, you must. You spineless coward, she's your girl. Go get your bloody self. I'd have better luck squeezing ale from a stone than talking sense into this one. Let's go. So part of farming all of these different candies, as you can see, we've used one of each, basically just meant doing baits in these areas. So long as I had the relic equipped, I could earn them, but they're not a guaranteed drop or anything. Maps like this weren't too bad because there's quite a lot of fates, because there's the kobold area here as well. The one that took the longest was Central Thanalan. The fucking starting area if you start in Uldar. Looking for trouble, are you? Got you. Slice you. Slash you. Got you. It just... They didn't want to fucking drop. It took me quite a while to get all of that. Free at last. You are Gigu's adventurer friend, yes? Yes, you are. Oop, wrong button. I knew that coward wouldn't have the courage to save me himself. He's useless, hapless, hopeless, useless. So scared was I. Yes, I was petrified. I came to deliver these plans, and the plans! They are gone. Missing. Vanished. Gone. What plans? Why, the plans for Zogar's new furnace. I must find them or Zogar will punish me. Yes. His wrath knows no bounds. I'm glad that the Sylph and the Amalja voices aren't as rough on my throat, apparently. Because, yeah, that's an issue today. Whatever shall I do? Without those plans, I'm as good as dead. Slaughtered, butchered, dead. Could it be? Yes, you found them. This is twice you have saved me, adventurer. So brave you are. Daring, dauntless, brave. So different from a certain kobold I know. So different from me. Harsh I am to Gigu. Unkind, unfeeling, harsh. But the truth is, I too lack the heart to stand up to Zogar. Yes, I too am a coward. I too am an alchemist, you see, a skilled one. Yes, I am. So what did Zogar do? He threatened to exile the 175th from the Ugumaru unless I did his dirty work. A furnace he wanted, but not just any furnace. No, a fiery, fearsome, formidable one. A furnace to end all furnaces. I have no wish to serve Zogar. No, none at all. What I truly wish is to be happy with Gigu. Cheerful, content, happy. And yet... I simply cannot stand to see him grovel so. No, I cannot bear it. I am no better, this I know, but Gigu is different, yes. Gigu is a leader of kobolds. I beg of you, adventurer, yes, I do. Take this to Gigu, that it might stir his heart. Rouse, shake, stir. If this fails, there is no hope for him. No, none at all. I'm gonna deliver a love letter? Phoebe, my beloved, my fair, my darling, my beloved, will I never gaze upon you again? My Bibi is safe! Oh, joy, glee, happiness, joy! What is this? A letter? What? Threatening my beloved Bibi? This time Zogar has gone too far. This is unforgivable, inexcusable, unpardonable, unforgivable. I will not take this sitting down. No. I will take this letter straight to Bargo and have him do something immediately. Bibi shall see that I am a kobold of action, decision, resolve, action. Gigu and the 789th will be a laughingstock no more. No longer. Well, I suppose some sign of life out of him is a start. Though it'd have been nice if something had put the wind in his sails before the poor kobold last got kidnapped. Swear, what she sees in that one. Don't get me wrong now, I've fallen for my share of milksops and cravens in my day, always open then make something of themselves, and each time those self-same hopes were betrayed. To tell you the truth, I've had more than my fill of helping the hopeless, but one thing's clear, if Zogar's plot comes to fruition, it won't just be Gigu and his lot that pay the price. Aye, I say we cut that big bully down a size, not simply for the kobold's sake, but for our own. Are you with me? Yeah. And now we've got more stuff from this merchant. Which again is, I'm pretty sure it's just more dye. But also, we should have, yeah, and they have the unidentifiable ore. As well as an automaton digger. And a furnace. Oh, to be fair, can I buy those with Gil? Because they're showing restricted. I probably can, just not yet. Okay. On to the Sylph, then. If I can select the right fucking option. There we go. So yeah, once we've finished with the tribes, I'm going to do the Blue Mage quests. And then I think... What do I want to do first? Do I want to do Scholar, or do I want to do Warrior? Scholar would be easier to level... Pardon me. Scholar would be easier to level more if I did the job quests today. But also, if I do those, then kind of want to do the summoner ones at the same time. And I'm not going to have time to do both today. Because it just kind of makes sense to do Scholar and Summoner at the same time, because they're the same fucking quest. Well, they're the same class. Just different sides of it. Ninja. We could do Ninja, because Ninja would also be easier once I have all of the other ninjutsu, which are locked behind job quests, because Warrior is already leveled, and to be honest, tanking without the job skills, not that hard, not that much harder. But DPS isn't exactly difficult either. I don't fucking know, man. Ninja might be good. Bumbling one, this one would ask a favour. Bumbling one spends all day sleeping on paper-stacked pillow, yes? So this one thought to put that one to work. This one gives Bumbling one needle and thread, but Bumbling one pricks fingers and starts screaming and sobbing. This one's head still hurts. So this one finds simpler task. Ask Bumbling one to go collect leaves for Nethaxio. Simple, yes? But Bumbling one does not return. This one has had enough of Bumbling one's bumblings, but Nethaxio is concerned. Friendly one should go talk to concerned one. This one is Nethaxio, Leaf Crafter. Walkie one is sent by Olmixio, yes? This one is thankful. Olmixio placed Four-Eyed One in this one's care. Asked this one to find work that Four-Eyed One would not bumble. So this one sent Four-Eyed One in search of leaves of Great Shelter Tree. This one casts See-Through spell on Four-Eyed One for safe return, but night returns to day, and that one is nowhere to be seen. This one suspects that Four-Eyed One is See-Through no more, and shakes and shivers behind trees somewhere. Four-Eyed One is useless, but it does not deserve to die. Please, find Four-Eyed One, friendly one. Oh. Oh, don't heal it. That's a bit pointless. Oh wow, that was so hard. I'm like 25 levels above it, to be fair. Oh, friend, ever a sight for sore eyes you are. Pray forgive me. I was just on my way back from collecting leaves for my dear friend Nathaxio. I must say, I harvested quite a haul when I somehow lost my way. Next thing I knew, my transparency spell had worn off, and means all those nasty forest critters can see us, yeah? Well, let's say we return to the little solace, and quickly at that. At least I don't have to do some kind of an escort quest to get him back. That would be a pain in the fucking ass. Friendly One is back so soon. Is Chosen One safe and sound? What? Friendly One only knows now returns to this one? Saved Bumbling One but moments ago? This cannot be. Friendly One was here moments ago. Told this one that Friendly One would go look after. This one be so foolish. This one has terrible feeling. Must see Elder One at once. One of the other sylphs glamoured themselves as me. Didn't they? Are these one's eyes to be believed? Chosen One's podling stolen from this one's care? Brave One steals Chosen One from us, but why? Was Brave One fooling these ones all along? This one thinks grey-haired ones need new spectacles. It's me. Why, I'll be, friend. You never told me you had a twin sister. This one is surrounded by fools. Make this one's task all the easier. Chosen One! Foolish ones are foolish indeed to try to outwit this one. But worry not, foolish ones. Chosen One's podling is safe in hands of this one. Ah, the podling trembles with power. The time of rebirth draws near. Yes, at long last, this one will finally reclaim the forest for these ones. With Chosen One's power, these ones will be pushed aside by walking ones no longer. Yes, this one will teach Chosen One the way of Almighty One, Lord Ramu. This one will teach Chosen One of all those who are enemy to these ones. Walking ones, steel ones, treacherous ones. This one will destroy everyone. Oh, that was quick. If Chosen One is born into Luxio's care, it is not just these ones who will suffer. Everyone will be in danger. These ones must find Chosen One, but where to look? Curses! If only Walking Ones had sent real smart one instead of bumbling four-eyed one. But this one will think of something. Brave One, please help defend these ones' homes against Touched One's attack. These ones have no one else to turn to. That was nice and quick. And they have the Undyed Seeds and Liberty Gibbet as an orchestrion role. Interesting. Alright, that just leaves the Amalja. And then we'll go and do the Blue Mage quests that we have left. I should have every spell that we need because I have basically everything that I can get that doesn't require me to do level 50 dungeons by myself. So I even have the stuff that you get from the Chimera in Cutter's Cry, which honestly wasn't that bad to get. Although I ended up getting Dragon's Voice from taking on the Chimera trial for the A Realm Reborn relic. Fortune is with us, honoured ally. A Brotherhood scout has chanced upon a convocation of our hated foe, the Flame Fangs, and surreptitiously learned of their insidious scheming. They plan to pull the strings of their tempered puppets and orchestrate another kidnapping raid. If it is the intelligence provided by these tempered spies that affords the Flame Fangs such a wealth of victims, this cannot be allowed to continue. We must gouge out their hidden eyes and blind them to the movements of their prey. You are no stranger to Little Alamigo, I trust. Though it appears a haven for travellers and merchants, it is naught but a rotting corpse riddled with flame-addled maggots. We are fortunate, then, that you may walk among them unchallenged. Go to Little Alamigo, honoured ally, and do that which our Amalja soldiers cannot. Root out the tempered, and make of it a haven in truth. Can do, it's right over here. Perhaps trying to ride a Dalamud through it isn't the best choice, but... What's this? You claim Little Alamigo has been infiltrated by tempered agents? I wish I could refute you, but I have had my suspicions. It explains how the Amalja are able to set such well-timed ambushes. With spies inside the settlement, 'twould be an easy feat to learn the schedules of visiting merchants and the like. Commander, sir, we've just received reports of Amalja kidnappers attacking a caravan of travellers. They're dragging their captives off into Zanrak even as we speak. Again? Damn those blasted lizards. This is the 5th time this moon. Most of my troops are still recovering from the last engagement. Sergeant, I need you to assemble a squad and chase down those kidnappers. Take whoever can swing a blade. Care to lend a hand, adventurer? I've naught but raw recruits for this mission, and your presence may make all the difference. Pray, join my soldiers out in the field as soon as you can. Yeah, I'm a stupid, sexy Tonbury because I'm wearing the bunny tights and high heels underneath the Tonbury suit. Gisselbert sent an adventurer to wipe our asses, did he? Well, you're too late. With these soldiers down, his entire unit is in tatters. All it took was the right word in the right ear, and away they scrambled. It was like leading lame furbles to slaughter. You're one of the newer recruits. You swore an oath to the immortal flames. An oath? My loyalty belongs to none but Lord Ifrit himself, and the Flame Fangs are generous to those who serve well. The immortal flames of Little Alamigo are now naught but the walking wounded. The Amalja will be able to raid with abandon, and the soldiers we've captured this day will make fine addition to the Lord of the Inferno's army. You're still here. You think to punish me? That's rich. I have allies lingering nearby, and very soon the main company of the Flame Fangs will be arriving to take possession of the spoils. If you lay a hand on me, you'll be making some very powerful enemies. You can't be serious. Flame Fangs, to me. I'm not entirely sure why I decided to do this as the Blue Mage. Because, I mean, I can freeze them. That'll work. How did you... Who are you? This isn't supposed to happen. They're meant to detain you until the main company arrived. No, stay away from me. Good shot, Mononoke. The fucking Tonberry just staring. After what in the seven hells is going on here? You're brave to approach a Tonberry. Ah, Net has caught some rare fish indeed. The Brotherhood of Ash, they shame the Amalja with their petulant refusal to submit to Lord of Freet's cleansing fire. They are naught but ghosts of a fading past, so lacking in strength they resort to consorting with the slave races. You are Zagos Te. I like that. Helm, gimme it. And I know of you as well, Lunga. Such an intriguing costume you wear. Have you enlisted in the army of my people? Enough games, lizard man. What have you done with the captives? Those have proved intractable, were slaughtered. The Flamefangs do not countenance the rebellion of cattle. The rest are already far beyond your reach. Unless, of course, you intend to assault Zaharak itself. You civilized people make such endearing squawks and squeals as your hot blood sizzles on the desert sands. Though years have passed, I yet remember your mother and her bleating cries for mercy. Hells take you, you bastard! I've never felt such heat. Is this the extent of the resistance I am to face? If this the vaunted strength and resolve of the Brotherhood, I wield the unquenchable flames of Lord Ifrit himself, and you seek to extinguish them with the thimbleful of spit? Return to Hammerjar and tell him this. This world has no use for spent ashes. He and his followers shall be scattered before the searing winds of Zanrak. Glorious ascension. Ah, shit. Get froze, bitch. And then... get electrified, bitch. Oh, shit. Get froze. Get electrified. They combo. It's literally twice as powerful if I use it on someone that's frozen. Oh wait, I have to go to Giselbert first, okay. Odds after, I can scarce believe it. A tempered spy within our own ranks. My men, killed or taken. The lizard man wanted more than merchants. They were after the immortal flames from the very beginning, and I all but bloody served them up on a silver platter. I beg of you, adventurer, save the soldiers that yet live from a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, I'll see what I can do to salvage the tatters of my command. Thank you for your report, honored ally. This Zagos tear you encountered is the fetid maw that drives the Flame Fangs. His sole purpose is to bolster the numbers of Tempered. Each new fire-seared slave feeds the inferno of their god's powers, and in turn the flames of Ifrit's altars bless the zealots of Zanrak with unholy strength. The miserable sparks of their ambition must be stamped out. Go, honored ally, and break the captives free of their cages. Slay the jailers in the encampment to liberate the keys. Okay. So this is a bit of a longer one. Compared to, well, especially compared to the fucking Sylph one. Oh yeah. I should probably change out of Blue Mage. You just had to walk into it, didn't you? Oh well, this turns out to not be a terrible experience. I'm getting about 10k per Amalja. Oh no, whatever will I do? Bonk. Bonk. Yeah. I saw the purple. I can probably... Yeah, I could just kill them with arrow. Pretty easily. So it's going to be down. Where? Ah, here. Now I just need to actually rescue them from the cages, right? Yeah. Oh, but they're actually in... Okay. I think there's one up here, right? Yeah. Okay. The good news of doing this on the White Mage is I'm so much higher level than everything that nothing aggroes, which makes it considerably quicker. Apparently wasn't close enough. There we go. There we go. Can I fly over this? I think I should be... No, not quite. Oh, just over here, though. But, before I do the talky talk, give me just a moment and I'll be right back. And we're back. Let's go and talk to the guy about some stuff. Hello. Oh. You have dealt our foe a crippling blow, mighty ally. My warrior's blood sings at the thought of the confusion and devastation you've brought to Zaharak. Or Zaharak. Lungar, be still! What enrages you so? You know damn well what. That was the animal that savaged my mother. I'll tear out his heart and string him up by his entrails. Know yourself, young warrior. You are not yet ready to face the likes of Zagor's Tear. Should you confront your enemy now, you will die a whimpering cur's death. What are you saying, war leader? Is it because I am Makote? Will I forever be too weak to match Amalja's strength? Foolish child. I say only that you lack martial wisdom. You imagine slights where none exist. War leader, Lungar's kin must be avenged. I shall fight at her side. Let us rouse the Brotherhood and smash his flame-fanged snake once and for all. No. Against their assembled ranks, we would but invite our own destruction. And our laws are clear. Lungar, this is a blood vendetta. None may aid you in its resolution. Only through the glory of victory shall the shame of your defeat be expunged. If you've the spirit to rail and curse, then use it to build your strength. For strength is all that will aid you now. Sans, take you all. It is said that the drake will drop its own offspring into a ravine to watch it claw its way up. So it is with the Amalja. And vendor. Smolder. Well, some other bit. Nice. Okay, so we're now done with everyone. I've got to level every fucking buddy up again. Gulda! The Blue Mage! I think we got to, was it the level 30 quest or level 35 quest? So there shouldn't be that many Blue Mage ones left. And then I probably need to start thinking about my crafters and gatherers and leveling them up. Which just means preparing all of the items. This is annoying me. I'm like pushing my mouse forward and it's getting stuck on something, so it's not actually moving. Look. Oh, we're on the level 40 quest. Oh, this won't take long at all. After something terrible happened. Martin almost killed. We told Martin he worked too hard, that he should rest, but he not listen. He wanted medical care for Wallaki, but now he at one need who need help. Of course, Martin cannot train you. Latul Jar want to help, but Martin's such a great teacher that none could possibly replace him. Is that what you were about to say? Please excuse my little jest. I was as sorry as anyone to hear that my old friend had fallen foul of some pit beast. In fact, I came to offer my services. I expect that Martin neglected to mention that I too am a blue mage. We both studied under the Wallachie as part of our research. While I am not one to boast, I should point out that I took to the art like a fish to water, while he floundered. Wastrach speak true. You can learn much from Wastrach. Yeah, with Martin bedridden, it would be a shame for his protege to be left without a mentor, and as his friend, overseeing your training is the least I can do. I'll be waiting for you at Horizon's Edge. Could be easy enough to just fast travel there. Ah, Masked Carnival, that's the name. I mean, to be fair, I probably could have just... Nah, it's not really worth using one of the Vesper Bay. I would have been flying just as far from Vesper Bay as from here. Oh, there's a wall that won't let me fly through there. Got it. Oh, fuck, do you want me to fight that? Don't let the Magitech fool you. I've no connection to the Empire. Well, not a direct one at least. My company carries out work at a cerulean processing plant run by Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Perhaps some of it ends up in Imperial hands, perhaps not. As for this Vanguard, it was abandoned by the Garleans outside of Castra Meridianum. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to learn something of their technology, so I had it restored. Ever since we finished gleaning all we could from it, it's been collecting dust. So I have no qualms about letting you smash it to pieces as part of your training, assuming you're up to the challenge. Are you ready? Yep. I can 100% destroy this. You start with a little bit of this. And then we do a little bit of this. And oh, look, it's dead. Oh. And I've aggroed something. I also killed, like, 3 other things, so... Whoops. So, you have some rudimentary understanding of blue magic. Have you considered how, nay, whether it serves you? There is one thing I know that Martin at least has yet to realise. The age of sword and sorcery is coming to an end. Surely you've seen the power the Garleans wield. Their technology continues to advance while we Eorzeans cling to our ancient ways. For now, we are able to keep the Empire at bay, but for how much longer? I am not the only one who feels this way. There are those who seek to develop airships and engines of war to combat the Imperial threat. It will not be long before the Grand Companies deploy Magitech units of their own on the front lines. Even so, the most advanced weaponry will be worth little more than scrap metal without a steady supply of ceruleum. As we speak, the Garleans and the Immortal Flames are fighting to claim the supply in northern Thanalan. What I'm trying to tell you is that people like Martin waste their time on worthless relics of the past and fail to see the bigger picture. The future lies in ceruleum. If you ever decide you want to make a real difference in this world, I could use someone like you. There's no need to rush though, just give it some thought. Anyway, I think that's enough for one day. Let's return to Uldar. Let's just... Yup. That was dead quick. I mean, I know that I'm not the most powerful blue mage yet. I know that I am pretty strong. The Chimera abilities are very good at this point. I have to say, I'm surprised that you've made so much progress with someone like Martin as your mentor. Speaking of which, since he's still confined to the infirmary, your next training session will be... Oi! What do you think you're doing, Wastrach? Martin, church and tell you to stay in bed. I'm fine. True, it still hurts to walk and breathe. How can I lie there when my apprentice is trying so hard to earn a spot next to me in the arena? You needn't worry about after. Even without your guidance, she's well on her way to becoming a competent blue mage. Actually, while you're here, there's something I wish to discuss. Discuss. You're not a Sahagin. A proposition, if you will. I heard about the lengths you're going to for the sake of the Wallachie. Didn't you come to me? For what? You'd only laugh in my face as soon as you realise there's no money in it. Or have you forgotten what happened when our research funding got cut? All of a sudden, you couldn't give a Queequern's arse about blue magic and the people who'd shared their homes with us. That's hardly fair, Martin. How could I carry on without bankrupting myself? Make no mistake, I'm as grateful to the Wallachie as you are. We may have gone our separate ways, but there's never been any bad blood between us. Seeing as in you're no position to help anyone from your sickbed, I'd say that letting me lend a hand is your best option. Suppose you got a point. The quicker we can produce the medicine, the more lives we'll save. With my resources, it will be ready in no time. Alright, Wastrach, we'll do things your way. I'm glad we could see eye to eye for a change. Once we have a large enough shipment, I'll deliver it in person to the Wallachie. Just don't bugger it up, you hear? You can count on me, Martin. There's a lot at stake here, and I intend to see this through. I have a few arrangements to make first, but I'll come by for the formula once I'm done. Until then, you should get some rest. You know, I never thought he'd raise a finger to help anyone but himself. Maybe he does have a shred of decency after all. I hope he hasn't been putting any funny ideas in your head, though. Still seems strange that he's showing any interest in your training in the first place. What's in it for him? Probably just overthinking as per usual. Suppose it's my fault for not being there for you. You won't find anyone beside me, of course, more qualified to teach blue magic. Unless you fancy making the trip to the New World, that is. One thing I can do is tell you which spell you should be learning next. It's called Glower, one of my personal favourites. I already know it. If you can master that, I reckon you'll be ready to enter the Masked Carnival. Best of luck. You learn it from the coin counter, the second boss of Aurum Vale. I should go back to the bed if I want these wounds to heal. Since I won't be up and about for a while, you should continue to follow Latul Jar's lead for now. So, presumably that's going to be a level 50 quest, right? Because Aurum Vale's level 47. Yeah, boy! After learned Glower, yes? Then after succeeded, just as Martin said. Latul Jar will tell Martin. You did it! You've done me proud. That's not the only cause for celebration. I received a missive saying that Wastrach was as good as his word. The medicine worked, and the Wallachie are saved. Martin, I've been looking everywhere for you. Cedar, how did you get here? Never mind that, I have something urgent to tell you. After, this is Cedar, the Wallachie Churgeon I told you about. He learned to speak the common tongue of Eorzea and... Will you listen? It's Wastrach. He brought the medicine and everyone with the disease has been cured. But he wasn't content to simply give it to us. He's used it to lay claim to Lapis Canyon. But why would he... Of course, the ceruleum. Lapis Canyon is sacred ground and glows a bright blue because of all the ceruleum beneath the surface. That bastard was after it from the beginning. It must be a processing plant. Come on, Ciada. Let's go. Martin, stop! Very quick for a man who lie in bed for many days. Can I have to go with them? I worry that Martin bite off more than Martin can swallow. Or is that true? As far as Latul Jar knows, processing plant in northern Thanland. Make sure Martin do not do anything stupid. Cool. I think I actually have Glower. I do on my bar, so we could probably use it to kill whatever we need to kill here. Oh, they're right here. getting a good telling off. You only gave him the medicine so you could steal Lapis Canyon. Steal? Don't speak to me like some common thief. I won't deny that obtaining the ceruleum was my primary concern, but we signed an agreement. It's all perfectly legal, I assure you. You know full well the elders can't read Eorzean. You told them that if they didn't sign the contract, they couldn't have the medicine. Besides, your laws don't apply to the Wallachie. Even so, I expect your elders to honour the promise they made, legally binding or not. Perhaps you've forgotten that the medicine was paid for and produced by my company. Before the negotiations began, I had already spent vast amounts to manufacture a large enough shipment to treat everyone. I saved your tribe from annihilation, and this is how you repay me, giving you all a second chance to lead healthy, productive lives. You took advantage of our suffering so that you could plunder the thing most precious to us. Since the time of my ancestors, Lapis Canyon has been at the centre of our beliefs in everything we do. Beliefs? Come now, don't be absurd. The blue substance you call the lifeblood of the planet is ceruleum, a type of fuel. It's not doing any good just sitting there underground. Quite a few parallels to Final Fantasy VII, huh? Once I open a mine in Lapis Canyon, I hope to employ the Wallachie, offering you all an opportunity to earn a proper wage. When you realise what you've been missing all this time, you'll soon forget about your superstitions. How bloody dare you? Who are you to call them superstitious? This is their way of life, and all you want to do is destroy it for the sake of your own greed. I'm doing more for the Wallachie than you ever will. I'm giving them a chance to build a better future for themselves. They can either be part of the modern world or be left behind. It's not your decision to make. What about the medicine? That was a product of Eorzean society. Without it, they'd all be dead. And another thing, my investor funded its production for a share of the profits from my New World enterprise. Darlings, there's no need to squabble. I admit, I'm Wastrat's backer. It all started when I told him about Martin's plan to save the Wallachie from the epidemic. You see, the prospect of trading with the New World sounded rather promising, though this is the first I've heard of the ceruleum mine. Expanding into new regions often leads to resistance from the locals, but this is far beyond what I was expecting. Wastrash don't like being kept in the dark. I'm seriously considering withdrawing from our deal. That said, I can see this being a worthwhile venture, providing that the Wallachie are not being exploited. But I also agree with Martin that their way of life should not be disrupted. As you can see, this leaves me with a difficult choice. Which is why I propose that the two of you settle this in the arena. Wastrash, you're a blue mage yourself, correct? I am indeed, though I should warn you, Martin was never a match for me, even before he was chewed up and spat out by one of your pets. Then perhaps it's time for his apprentice, Azuro II, to make her grand debut. I can picture it now, the ultimate clash of blue magic. The loyal disciple of the great Azuro faces a mysterious challenger to determine who is the superior spellcaster. If After wins, I'll cut off my funding for the Lapis Canyon project, and the lands will return to their original owners. If Wastrach is victorious, Martin must act as intermediary for the Wallachie and persuade them to agree to the development. Royce, you can do what you like with that money of yours, but you can't expect me to go along with this. With such an old-fashioned sort of fellow, Martin seems to forget that disputes such as these have been decided by combat since ancient times. I, for one, have no objections. Count me in. What about the Wallachie? They should be the ones to decide their own fate, not us. You're right, Martin, but we have a similar tradition. When two sides cannot reach an agreement, a representative from each takes part in a contest of strength. Ideally, one of my people would be chosen, but we are in Eorzea, and I have no choice but to ask you to participate on our behalf. So will you do it? I'll fight for what is right. Very gallant of you, my dear. The crowd will lap this up. First things first, let's get you two into your costumes and take a look at that magic of yours. I want to know what my audience will be getting when the big day arrives. Come along. Okay, now I have to go back to Uldar. Fine. And we should finally unlock the Masked Carnival. I honestly thought that you unlocked it a lot sooner. Once you both changed into your new costumes, I'll see you in the arena. This way, my darlings. After, are you ready? Ooh. Looking dapper. Bye. Oh, that's an interesting look. Oh, no, I killed him. But you missed. No, Jahil. Jahil Jar not think. Wonderful, my dear. It seems a new hero is born. Now it's Wastrat's turn. Pay close attention to the costume, darlings. My finest creation yet. Oh, okay, he's dressed as a mind flayer. What the fuck? Okay. He's flying. Okay, so he knows eruption. I think that's the Titan ability. That's from Ramu, I think. Such power. I don't have those spells. Uh-oh. The dread warlock who transcends dimensions of time and space. Azul Magia. Why must I be the villain? It's all part of the act, my dear. What could be more thrilling than an epic struggle between good and evil? You mean to tell me Wastratch is inside that thing? And why is he floating? For dramatic effect, of course. You must know it's a cerulean levitation device. Surprisingly cheap, too. Apparently there isn't much practical application for the ability to float a few ilms off the ground. I'm still not convinced it's entirely necessary. The costume is rather more flamboyant than I would have liked. But if I'm going to do this, I may as well enjoy myself. I'll show the audience what real blue magic looks like. That's what I like to hear. It's sure to be a performance they'll never forget. Right here at the Masked Carnival. Not to put too fine a point on it after, my dear, but I think you'd benefit from some practice before starring in the main event. Train all you want. It'll make no difference. Lapis Canyon is mine. It's interesting that I'm wearing shorts that connect to the boots. Oh, okay, so I don't actually have to face him yet. I'd say you're ready to take part in the Masked Carnival, although I'd recommend testing your skills against less challenging opponents before facing Azul Magia. I've gathered quite the menagerie of exotic beasts, but you should choose with care. We try to call an end to the performance before either side incurs any serious injury, but as Martin will attest, accidents can happen. Once you feel confident in your ability, say the word and I'll grant you and Azul Magia the opportunity to settle this feud. Until then, don't do anything stupid. That Royce, she's a real piece of work, ain't she? Suppose if I'd seen this coming, we wouldn't be in this mess. It's up to you now, After. He's right. And if only I hadn't been damn near killed in that bloody show, I could have dealt with him myself. Well, I'd like to think I'd have a chance of winning, but he was always the better mage. To be honest, though, I think you've got a real talent for blue magic. In fact, you shouldn't be scared of Washrach. He should be scared of you. With the right spells, I reckon you'll be able to take him down a peg or two. Now get out there and show him what you're made of. Look at me, getting all worked up like that. I better head back before the church and realises I'm gone. Hopefully I'll be allowed out of the infirmary to watch some of the performances. Best of luck, After. And now I have an updated set of blue mage equipment. That is actually good gear as well. I mean, understandably, it would be the best stuff for a blue mage, which is, from what I understand, basically just intelligence. That's the only thing that you care about. Okay. So some of these give rewards. Is that allied seals? It is. Oh, okay, so this is another way to get seals. Didn't realize that. Huh. There's also bonuses for if I do stuff. Use only physical type actions. What? That's considered magic. That's considered magic. That all makes sense. Magic. The sticky tongue is considered physical. That's good. And 1,000 needles is considered physical. Okay, well. That makes things pretty easy, I guess. So we're going to do sticky tongue and 1,000 needles. I could also do drill cannons. Let's go. Let's give it a try. My first time doing any masked carnival. Okay, that's not actually that good. Yeah, drill cannons is better. And if I line it up, I can hit both of them. Gonna heal. It's not a great amount of health, to be honest. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I failed, but now I know what I need to do. So we're going to start with that. Aggro everything. Hope they don't consider the healing. Okay, I got points. A point's good? I don't know. But I did the thing. And I can get poetics from that as well. Do I get anything from having done smoking? No. Cool. Okay. Well, I can do that. I can do a bunch of that off stream pretty easily. And the fact that I get allied seals means I can use that for more Aetheryte tickets. And getting poetics is going to be handy because I'm probably not going to bother getting the Magitech weapons and armor for all the classes, but there are things that I can buy with Tombstones of Poetics that are needed for the A Realm Reborn relic and for the Heavensward one. There's a lot actually that are Heavensward related. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We were gonna do ninja, right? Which means head over to Wineport. Ninja is also, from what I've seen so far of the A Realm Reborn relics, it's my favorite relic. Sasuke's blades just look cool. But it's also the only A Realm Reborn relic that I've actually made on my main. So I may be a bit biased. Cool. So this is the best equipment that I have. Yes, I can sense it. Though you're not of our blood, the soul of my people is strong in you. You are one of us now, a shinobi. And yet your training has only just begun. Heed my words well after, for the shinobi, blade and mind are one. The weak mind gives rise to a weak blade. The false mind gives rise to a false blade. But the mind that is strong and true, that blade will know no equal. Such were the teachings of my master, and his master's master before him. The shinobi must keep presence of mind at all time, or his blade may as well be one of grass. That is the lesson of the mind. Now we shall begin the lesson of the body. You will recall that the art of ninjutsu involves using hand gestures called mudra to summon the energies of heaven, earth and man, ten, chi, and jin in the Doman tongue. Myriad techniques can be unleashed depending on the mudra you combine, and the order in which you do so. But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. A child must learn to walk before he can run. To begin, I would see you master your first mudra. 10, the mudra of heaven. Summon the energy of heaven and project it forth. and from your hand will fly a flaming star, or Fuma Shuriken. Outside of the storehouse, you will find a Mokujin, a wooden man of the sort traditionally used in Doma for training. Do as I have told you and strike it with a Fuma Shuriken. I will observe your technique from a distance. Okay. The Fuma Shuriken is the ability that I tend to use least. It's the... Yeah, as I haven't learned anything else, all of my macros for the different ninjutsu will just be a Fuma Shuriken. Yes, that'll do. Clearly you did not misjudge your potential. Perhaps you have also felt your body becoming lighter. This is but another benefit of your training. You may find yourself able to dance through the air with your blades drawn, but be mindful, the true shinobi sees that no movement is wasted. You demonstrated your skills well against the wooden man, but wood does not strike back. Your next opponent will not be so docile. Prepare yourself. The Onibi will attack in waves. You want me to use the Fuma Shuriken, but I can only use it twice. Before it then runs out, and I have to wait for it to recharge. Unless I just do this. Shall summon a great beast for your next trial. Ogama! Take shuriken, bitch! And now I have to fight Oboro himself. Okay. I see. What Oboro means to say is that he's not seen anyone master the fundamentals of ninjutsu with such swiftness. Is that not so, Oboro? I'm capable of speaking for myself, Tsubame. But it's true. After has exceeded even my own expectations. Her blade slices through the air as a fish glides through water. But that's enough training for the day. Now it's my turn to be the student, and you the teacher. I would learn the ways of Eorzea. You will instruct me, yes? You have my gratitude after. First, I would better know the terrain of Lino... Huh? Is something amusing? Teaching him a different type of bow. My bow? I see. Who would have thought a simple gesture of courtesy would be so complicated? Like this, is it? Forgive him. Oboro has not quite been himself since coming to these shores. It would seem that neither the food nor the climate agrees with him. Let us not forget the stink of those infernal horsebirds. All the more reason for us to complete our mission swiftly and return to more hospitable environs. Anyhow, that should suffice for the day. Practice well your ninjutsu and return when you are ready for your next lesson. It would seem you have some practicing to do as well. Yeah, so the region that they're from doesn't have chocobos. They use giant ravens, basically. Okay, so this is how I get chi. Cool. After. I did not even hear your footsteps as you approached. You're becoming more and more the shinobi with each day. Oboro has been awaiting your return. Please, enter. it's important to get the different ninjutsu, because then I can combine them in different ways. Whereas at the moment, I can't use any of the other stuff. Like I could have Doton and Suitoon and Huton by this point, but I can't use them. After, it's clear from the manner in which you carry yourself that you've been most diligent in your training. He's learned. But you are not the only one who has mastered the technique imparted to you. Behold my Eorzean bow, perfect in balance and form. Now it's time for your next lesson. Watch carefully my hands. With this mudra, the shinobi can call forth the energies of the earth, chi, in our tongue. Etch its form in your mind, and I shall show you how to employ it in battle. Cool, and now I believe we can use... Is it Raiton first, or is it Katon? Chi, or Earth, marks the second mudra that you have learned. With this, you are ready to begin the next phase of your training. It is through the combination of mudra that you will find new techniques. The first technique I would impart to you is Raiton, lightning release. When heaven joins with earth, lightning will flash and thunder will roll. In other words, from the mudra 10 followed by chi, channel that energy forward, and bolts of lightning will surge from your hands to strike your foe. As this is a more formidable technique than the Fuma Shuriken you've wielded thus far, I've taken care to reinforce the Mokujin outside the storehouse. Strike it with Raiton and I shall observe. Boink! Very well. Now, recall what I said during our first lesson. The techniques at your disposal are created not merely by which mudra you form, but also the order in which you combine them. When earth joins with heaven, the skies will rain fire and ash. In other words, form the mudra chi, followed by 10, and channel those energies forward. And searing hell's fire will engulf your foes. But be forewarned, these techniques require considerable exertion of your spirit. After performing one, you will observe that some time is required before your mind settles, and you are able to wield another. Now, demonstrate Katon for me on the Mokujin over there. Oh! Splendid! Your grasp on fundamental mudra combinations is firm, but knowing the how of the technique is only the beginning. You must also understand the when to employ it. Chunin is our word for a shinobi who has attained full mastery of two mudra techniques. In our tradition, when a student is deemed by his master to show such potential, she is led to a waterfall outside the village to conduct intense training. I cannot take you to Doma, of course, but my maps tell me of a place in Upper Lenosha that should suffice. Fool Falls. The name is less than auspicious, but it will have to do. Meet me there and we shall continue. Look at that casting go. Yep. I can make use of macros on my stream deck. Legitimately, I have all of the ninjutsu other than the Fuma Shuriken set up as macros. Because whilst you can do them in combat, if you get them wrong even slightly, you just end up wasting it. And you can't set them up as macros in the game because it's really inefficient. But by setting them outside of the game on my stream deck, it can be quite efficient. And for the most part, it doesn't fuck up. But most people will just tell you don't macro them because it's not good. Use this casting on these combat intels. I mean, you kind of have it, to be honest, because I can only use this twice. You've seen loads of people macro them. Until today, I knew this place only as letters on a map. Gazing upon it with my own eyes, it's even more beautiful and powerful than I could have imagined. Yes, this will serve us well. My people do not worship your deities 12. Our gods are all around us, in the trees, in the soil, in the crashing waters before you. Close your eyes and open your heart to the sound of the rushing falls, that you might purge your mind of all worldly thoughts and distractions. The techniques you have learned will serve you well in battle, but confuse the order of your mudra and you can just as easily turn victory into defeat. It is imperative that you keep a single focus of mind. So it is that masters have brought their students to falls like this one for training since my ancestors' times. Who's the more foolish? The fool of fool falls, or the fool who comes here without realizing he's been followed? Karasu. Now here's a curious scene. The dim one is accompanied today not by a swallow, but by a chirping horsebird chick who fancies herself a shinobi. The dim one is displeased. This after our hero postponed 2 assassinations to make this little journey. Could his friends not greet him with a smile and some crumpets? Or whatever it is the Eorzeans take with their tea? The dim one ponders. How did our hero know to find him here? Yet the answer is plain as day. The dim one is a creature of habit and tradition. Where else would he bring his prized new pupil? Tradition, our hero spits on tired tradition. No, for he is a shinobi of a different feather, ever-changing, never predictable, but always, always in style. Those who cling too closely to tradition are bound to suffer the fate of their forebears, or other lessons of the past so soon forgotten. Ready yourself after. It appears that your training today will be a more practicable sort. But of course, all you had to do was ask nicely. It would be my pleasure to be your teacher for the day. Your first lesson, little chick. Raiton's lightning will strike a single foe, while Katon's flame will raise many. Wield them wisely. Or don't. It's only your life at stake. Oh, how generous is our hero, putting aside his killings and spyings to play mother hen to the horsebird chick. You will try to keep me entertained, won't you? It looked powerful. Yeah, they're alright. There's some much more powerful stuff that unlocks later. That's a big old Doton. I am apparently smarter than Obero. Of course, I don't need to use any of the ninjutsu, because I could just kill all of these things with knives. Oh, they've poisoned their blades. Something that you used to be able to do way back in the day, back when White Mage had Stone Skin. You fought well after. I, however, should have known to expect the traitor's attack. I was careless and put you in danger. It will not happen again. It appears that Karasu has taken interest in you, and I fear this complicates matters some. Let's return to the docks. There is much I would tell you. I still need to do there's one of the rare species that I still need to do in Corel in order to get the second AP up. So I really need to do that then tomorrow. But let's face it, that was kind of always the plan. It's going to be to 100% the Corel region and then proceed with the story. So. I would tell you a story of our past. A story of the traitor and why he must die at our hands. Growing up in the same village, I have known Karasu since we were both children. When we came of age, we began our training together under Master Gekkai. From a young age, it was clear that Karasu possessed an innate talent for our art that few could rival. I spared no effort in my training, yet struggled to grasp techniques that he would master effortlessly. In his own way, he possesses a mind singularly devoid of wasteful thoughts, a mind seemingly unclouded by concepts such as right or wrong, good or evil. Despite this, deep down, I always thought of him as a brother. All that changed on that fateful day when Castle Doma fell to the Garleans. Someone had betrayed our homeland, sold our secrets to the enemy. Looking upon my friends as their bodies lay broken and bleeding, I saw a figure flee into the hills. It was Karasu. Were I younger, more naive, I would have pursued Karasu as he fled, in an attempt to reason with him. But it was clear that this man, this demon, was no longer one of us, if indeed he had ever been. Even Master Gekkai did not survive the slaughter. Did Karasu bear him some grudge, or was it merely a student's ugly pride? For our master's fate was the grisliest of all. His body mangled, his once proud face shattered beyond all recognition. I once held out hope that if I crossed blades with Karasu in battle, that I might understand something of what it was that made him do those horrible deeds. Yet each encounter only raises more questions. One thing is clear, however, Karasu could have killed us back at Fool Falls, had he seen fit, and yet he chose not to. It was as if he were testing us, testing you. Needless to say, this doesn't change our mission. For his crimes against Doma, Karasu must pay with his life. And yet his thorough knowledge of us and our art has put Tsubami and I at a grave disadvantage. But you, after, your thoughts, your movements are still unfamiliar to him. Yes, your presence might just serve to break his focus and afford us an opening. Yet to accomplish this, you must become stronger still. Promise me that you will not let up in your training. Oh yeah, Shikuchi. You've trained well since we last met. I heard not a cry from the door as you entered, nor a creak from the floorboards as you drew near. This much is clear, neither waterfalls nor men of wood will serve to hone your senses further. No, a shinobi of your abilities receives his tutelage in the field. Consider this your first lesson in the art of assassination. I need not remind you who our target is. He is ever the elusive bird, and yet I have come across some information that I believe may avail us. Rumour has it that Captain Grimmerwill of the Bloody Executioners has narrowly evaded several attempts on his life in recent days. This is doubtless the work of Karasu and his men. None other are so bold or skilled as to even consider such an attack. Nothing short of death will cause a shinobi to forsake his mission. Karasu will strike again. The only questions are where and when. Answer those questions and it will be us paying him a surprise visit next time. Fortunately, I know of a man who might be able to give us what we seek. Captain Grimmerwill was a trusted lieutenant by the name of Wolfston, a man who, if rumours are to believe, is known to fancy a hot spring bath. I recall reading of a famous bath resort not far from here, but the name escapes me. Have you any idea where it may be? Bronze Lake. Why, yes, that does sound familiar. In Upper Lenosha, off to the east, was it? Let's make our way there at once. Yeah, Bronze Lake has the hot springs. Heyo, bro. I had no idea that so many Eorzeans also enjoyed public bathing. I would say it is a comforting sight, but in truth it makes me all the more nostalgic for the pleasures of my homeland. That said, seeing all these people milling about gives me cause for concern. Even with these disguises, it's only a matter of time before our foreign mannerisms raise eyebrows among the more observant types. Best we stay out of sight until our man arrives. Let us keep watch from high above until it is time to act. The time has come for me to impart to you another technique, which we call shukuichi. You may think of it as compressing the physical space around you, allowing you to cross great distances in the blink of an eye. Go ahead, give it a try. I would if my mouse wanted to work. There we go. I think I need to get a new mouse soon. Either that or I just need to give it a clean, maybe? I trust that Shukuichi is now second nature to you. Very well, I shall await you on the rooftop, but be warned, while the technique will allow you to cover great distances in the blink of an eye, it does not allow you to soar at will through the sky. The ledge on which Tsubami now stands is at a level with the roof. It should prove a suitable starting position. That said, a shinobi is ever resourceful. If you'd make your way to the rooftop by other means, that will serve just as well. Shit. I dropped like a motherfucker. Of course, you don't actually need to use Shukuichi. You can also just jump. But it's a very quick run forward. It's not a teleport. Which is important, because if you run through a hazard, you'll still take damage from it. Nothing like a steaming bath, a bottle of fine wine, and a couple of buxom wenches to ease what ails you, eh? As far as I'm concerned, Captain Grimmerwill can take his bloody time. Wolfston. Nothing worse than running. Very well. Now we need only employ these bamboo breathing pipes, descend underwater and... Obero, I do not question that such methods have served us well in Doma, but might bamboo not arouse suspicion in these environs? You truly believe so, but underwater surveillance was always my area of expertise. I have an idea that I believe is well suited both to our target and customs of the land. It will require just a simple change of garb and a bottle or two of fine spirits. I'll require your assistance. As I see it, there's no way the man would refuse a drink from an alluring maiden like yourself. Intriguing, and what, pray tell, will be my role in all of this? I was thinking that your talents might best be put to use overseeing the operation from up here, to ensure that nothing goes amiss, of course. I must prepare now. After, meet me down below, out of sight, and I shall furnish you with the item that will serve to deliver the final blow, as it were. Are you trying to tell me that we need to be stupid, sexy drinks girls? Because I don't know about you, but I know what the true meaning of stupid, sexy drink girl is. You may not like it, but this is what peak sex appeal looks like. Oh, damn! Hey. Am I wearing this properly, Arthur? I'm not accustomed to garb that is so revealing. Regardless, I will entrust this to you. Though it may appear to be a simple bottle of wine, I've made a few enhancements to the recipe. Off-duty or no, a salty sea dog like Wolfstan is certain to be on his guard. I'll start him off with an untainted vintage. Once he's in sufficiently good spirits, that's your cue to step in with the stronger stuff. I suspect that once his mind is sufficiently addled, he will gladly take a swip with a minimal fuss. Let's begin. Fine wine and fine wenches. Now this is what I had in mind when I took up the pirating life. What's this? Come to battle your friend here for Wolfie's affections. Don't mind if I do. Someone fetch me cup. Aye, that's the good stuff. Bit stronger than I recall it. Maybe I should take a rest. Oh, you mustn't be so modest. Why, I heard that Wolfstan's 7 stomachs once drank a whale under the table. You bet your skivvies are good, lash. My bleeding duties have kept me from the bottle for too long. I'm out of practice is all. Your duties? Well, that sounds so important and exciting. I'd do anything to hear more. Did you say anything? Well, maybe you've heard of the bloody executioners, the nastiest, bloodiest band of pirates whatever sailed the bleeding seas. I reckon our Captain Grimmelwell sunk more Garlean vessels than every other pirate combined. Who do you reckon keeps the captain safe from all the enemies he's made? Why, that'd be none other than his dear mate, Wolfstan. The Navigator of Mercy. Should you not return immediately to your captain? Surely he is not safe without his most loyal, capable man at his side. Under normal circumstances, you'd be right, lass. But there's one place even I can't follow him. Aleport. Aye, the man is bloody particular about his grog. Says he can't concentrate unless he's on his own. Not that I'm complaining. It's the only time we get a day's rest. But don't worry your little heart none, lassie. Nobody knows the captain's whereabouts but me, and I sure as bloody hells ain't talking. Lassie, are you listening? That's curious. She was just here, there a moment ago. What? Oh, well? Were you able to loosen our man's lips? I see. Captain Grimmelwill is en route to Aleport and alone at that. If I know Karasu, this knowledge has not escaped him. Doubtless he and his shadows already lie in wait. We haven't much time. Let us hurry to Aleport and ambush the ambushers. But before I do that, I'm going to take a quick detour. That's better. Whoops. Airport. Maybe I should change my title. At the moment, I'm after the white. I don't really have that many titles yet. We'll get more if we continue the story and keep doing job quests and stuff. Ninja bathing. The sun sets and the port is cloaked in shadow. There were a perfect time to strike. Speak of the devil, look at how those men walk. Those are no ordinary deckhands. Those are Imperial shinobi, waiting to pounce upon and slit the throat of any who would stand between them and their prey. Karasu is too proud to entrust such a vital mission to his lackeys. He is here somewhere. Of this I'm certain. After, you move forward and search the docks. I'll approach from the opposite direction. Tsubame, you secure the escape route. He will not elude us this time. Take care to stay well hidden after, hidden from the eyes of Karasu's shadows. And yet I fear your task will be more complicated still. For it is not just men that serve Karasu, but creatures of the night. Creatures that see not with their eyes, but with every fibre of their being. Give them a wide berth, or all shall be for naught. That should be all. Time's short. We must move swiftly. Yeah, the ninja quests are interesting. Ah, shit. Wait, there's no downside to me being caught? Really? Oh no! Whatever will I do? I have been well and truly caught. I love Halloween. And there we go. Alright, let's hide. And then we can go. Nobody saw me. I was stealthy and silent as a fish. What's this? No, no, no. This isn't how the story goes. I'm supposed to be the one that surprises you. The tables have turned today, Karasu. Now face your death like the man you once were. I must say, popularity really does have its downsides. Fine, if you're so eager to dig your own graves, here's your bloody shovel. The thing is, Karasu likes to run off. Kaboom! And again! Kaboom! He may have gotten away, but still did the mission. The mission failed successfully. Yeah, slippery bastard. We've come too close to abandon hope. Come, Tsubami. After. Let's return to the safety of the storehouse and take stock of our options. Grimmerwill lives. Failure of this sort does not become you, Karasu. Forgive me, Master. I had an unexpected reunion with some friends. Seems they had a mind to kill me, and just when I thought we were getting on so well. Your job is to give me answers, Karasu, not excuses. We can ill afford to let a few stray rats foil our plans. Should they return, kill them. This is your final warning. The next time you fail me will be your last. Does he have to say it like that? Fine, fine. Let it never be said that I'm not a loyal soldier. So what was this level quest? This was 40, right? Yeah. So we've got 2 more. Once more, the bloody crow has managed to foil our best-laid plans. It's as if his skills burgeon with each encounter. How could this be? Has he perfected some new training regimen since coming to Eorzea? There's no time to dwell on past mistakes. Since the times of my ancestors, failure in one's duties is unacceptable for a shinobi. My mission will end in success, Karasu's death, or failure, my own. But all is not lost. Karasu is not the only one who has honed his skills. Fighting beside you back there, at times it felt as if we had trained together since childhood. You've shown remarkable focus and aptitude for our art. You must grow stronger still if we are to make any hope of triumph. Devote yourself to your training with the entirety of your body and mind, and Tsubami and I will do the same. I await your return. Oh, you're already here. After, I look into your eyes today and see a mind unclouded by worldly cares. The time has come. We'd pass on to you the ancestral garb of the shinobi. Knowing that this day was close at hand, I had already made the necessary arrangements. With Karasu watching our every move, I cannot act freely, so I asked your friends at the Rogues Guild to send word to my village and arrange for the delivery of a set. Needless to say, this location must remain a secret. I've arranged for the goods to be delivered in secret to the Deneville checkpoint. A porter there will be expecting you. Tsubami and I must express our thanks to your Captain Jack. Be mindful in your travels, however. We eagerly await your return. Oh, okay, so that's just the other side of Wineport. Okay, that's fine. How do I get there again? Oh, it's literally right here. Suspicious. Expecting a shipment of goods, you say? Now that strikes me as right curious, on account of how a scraggly fellow came by not long ago to claim them. They were actually yours, you say? Well, ain't that a bloody coincidence? See, the fellow I talked to said that someone was like to come by, saying just that. If she did, he'd pay good coin for me to gut her good and proper. Mercy, if I knew you were this strong, I never would have taken his money. And if I knew you were this incompetent, I would have put you out of your misery long ago. Well, if it isn't my favourite chirping little horse bird. Oh, come now, I'm not that scary, am I? I heard from a little bird in Doma of a shipment en route to Eorzea in secret. I surmised, I'm quite good at that, you see, that it might have something to do with you and your friends, and I just had to know what was inside. Lo and behold, what did I find but a shiny set of shinobi garb? Why did you not tell me it was your name day, little chick? I would have bought you something far more fitting, like a sack of Gisol greens. No, I fear Brother Dim and Sister Swallow are mistaken. You are not quite ready for such an honour. But this is no fault of your own, after all. The student is only as good as her teacher. But today's your lucky day, little chick, for a true master has come to take you under his wing. 4 crates scattered to the winds, each containing one of the items you seek. 4 of my shadows guarding each piece with their lives. A test, one where failure will mean your death. Red Rooster Stead, Costa del Sol, Gigeroon's Trading Post, Camp Overlook. Claim that which you seek by your own hand, or die in the act. It is of little matter to me. If by some chance you survive... Something, something, something. Misclicked. Suspicious looking milkmaid. What the? Pardon me, milady, have you seen my old goats about? Oh, it's you. Don't worry. This won't hurt much. What was a milkmaid doing tending to wheat? Oh, there's nothing in here but oat gold meat. Yep. So I interacted with it too soon. Apparently. It didn't much like that. I had a corpse telling me it was just milk. A midwife? Oh dear heavens, I must have fallen asleep while sunbathing. How can I ever thank you for rousing me from my slumber? What say I slit your throat and we call it even, eh? Okay, Gigeroons over by Camp Bronzeley. What's with the dour face, lad? Lass, fish just not biting today. Maybe they know you're already a dead woman. And finally, Camp Overlook. Whatever possessed me to set up shop in this ungodly place? I'm like to drop dead from the fumes before I see a single gill in profit. Of course, if I bring your head back to Karasu, I'll be set for life. I'll just go to Swift Perch. That'll probably be quickest. Yeah, once we've done the level 50 quest, that'll mean that I can start working on the relic for Ninja. Which will be good. Gives me something else to start working on. I still need to talk with the people at Mordona, though, before we end the stream. Because then I can get started on the next phase of the relic. After, I'm relieved to see you safe. When you did not return, I feared the worst. Karasu did what? Forgive me. I never suspected he would target you on your own. It's clear now that his treachery knows no bounds. And yet, it's curious. Again, he chose to test you rather than dispatch you by his own hand. His intentions remain as inscrutable as ever. What's this? Karasu. Welcome back after, and hello to you as well, Obero. I left a present I promised you on your doorstep. Such a shame that you weren't at home. It's the docks. Tsubami, Byakubu, Yome, we must hurry. After, I realize it's far too early in your training for this, but the situation is grim. Our only hope of surviving the battle ahead is for you to learn the Mudra Jin. This is the Mudra that allows you to harness the energies of your fellow man. It's also the final mudra that I can teach you. Cool. And now we can use 4 more ninjutsu. You've now learned Jin, the final mudra that I can impart to you. Combine it with the mudra you have already mastered, and you will find 4 new ninjutsu techniques available to you. Time is short, so listen. The first is Hyoton, Ice Release. Form Tenjin or Chijin. The energies you summon will be channeled into a glacial flow. Second is Huton, Wind Release. Form Jin Chi 10 or Chi Jin 10. The winds will gather and swirl around you. Third is Doton, Earth Release. Form Tenjin Chi or Jin Ten Chi. The earth itself will move at your will. Finally, there is Suiton, Release of Water. Form Ten Chi Jin or Chi Ten Jin. Water will course and flow through you. You may notice that it doesn't matter what order you do it in, it just matters what the last one you do is. As for how each technique will avail you, I trust you will learn on the field of battle. Now, let us hurry. Tsubami is in danger. It's basically any combination, so long as it ends in this, will lead to this effect. Hurricane, a battle was fought here. I hear no sounds from within. Tsubami must be here, somewhere. Yakubo has lost his words from the shock. He can tell us nothing. Come, we must find Tsubami, and quickly. APT. This hasn't actually taken that long. Of course, I've not done the level 50 quest yet, which might be massive. Tsubami! Tis but a flesh wound. Oh, look out! Come now, little swallow. Say that it hurts, that you were scared. Tell the dim one how I took great pains to see that you were fully awake for every moment of agony and terror. Karasu, this time you go too far. Yes, yes, those are the eyes I wanted to see. Let the anger, the hatred burn away any spot of doubt that remains in your heart. The fire in your eyes, resolve born from the all-consuming flames of rage and passion. The look in your eyes that day when you looked on as your friends, your countrymen, were massacred, powerless to end the slaughter. Be silent, be silent, be silent, be silent! Tsubami, stand back. I shall slice this crow's tongue, then tear him limb from limb with my bare hands. Such pure, unadulterated malice. Finally, you're an adversary worthy of my blade. The true shinobi, ever calm, dutiful to his master. Presence of mind. Yes, the first few times we met, you fought with all the passion of a Mukojin. Today you stand before me as a man. You wanted a battle, and today you shall have one. No retreat, no reprieve. The defeated shall die like a dog, and the victor's tale will continue for another day. I can do Dosong, which is a damage over time, and then I can do Capon, which will do AoE. Next, I should do Huton, which is kind of like haste. Yeah, this is kind of annoying, but Karasu can summon stuff. I can't. We never get that ability. Fucking die! Rasu Redbeak, in the name of our elders, I take your life as divine retribution for your crimes. Your blood-stained beak will feast on the innocent no more. Does he truly believe these words? Oh yes, this beak is stained with blood. This I do not deny, but I am not the leader of this murderous flock. I tire of your riddles, Redbeak. Give me one reason why I should not separate your head from your shoulders. Oh dear, what a pickle I find myself in. Now how can I put this in terms even the dim one can understand? I am not the traitor you seek. He is not I, and I am not he. You believe I was the only one who fled Doma. Are you sure? Absolutely certain? Did you see the bodies, the faces of all your brothers who fell that day? Think, think, think. I know it's not a strength of yours, but surely you remember one body maimed so badly that only the possessions could identify the man, and the face, could it even be called a face? Naught but shattered bone and shredded flesh remained where once had been the proud features of... Master Gekkai. You lie! One more word, one more twisted, deceitful word, Redbeak, and I will... Oh, Oboro, poor, sweet, stupid Oboro. How long will you continue to deceive yourself? You lie, Redbeak, as you always have. Did betraying our homeland not sate your thirst for treachery? But now you must drag our master's name through the mud? Answer me this, then. If you were not the traitor, then why did you flee the village that day? How often have I asked myself the same? Oh, how simple things would have been had I been as naive as you. But the circumstances of Master Gekkai's death did not sit well with me. I left the village looking for answers and found something far more interesting. Our master himself, alive and well. In an instant, his hand was at my mouth and his blade at my neck. A simple choice he gave me. Follow him and live, refuse and die. I'd like to say I weighed my decision heavily, but the answer really was quite clear. Death is so final, after all, while life, even a life spent as an Imperial spy, holds so many opportunities. What's the matter, dim one? Did you still find my tale hard to swallow? Oh, believe as you will, redemption means little to a dead man. You are going to kill me, yes? That is your mission, after all. Sworn in the sight of the elders, tradition and custom, and so on and so forth. Candle keep key. When the time is right, he will come, and all will be revealed. Just thought I'd tell the one who's shown herself capable of listening to reason. The lights grow dim, the stars turn black in the sky. Our hero fought bravely even, but his chapter in this grand mummery has come to a close. Summoning his last breaths, our hero speaks. Just promise me this, Oboro. Whatever your mission, should you fail, just don't go off dying. I know how fond you are of tradition, but this is a new era. We are not our ancestors. Besides, such an end just wouldn't become a solemn youth like yourself. So live, and leave the dying to those who can do it in style. Yes, I may not have been the hero I thought I was, nor the villain you would have me be. From the beginning to end, I was me, and there is nothing I would rather be. Farewell, cruel world. Good bloody riddance. Wait, Karasu! What can this all mean? That this was directed by Michael Bay. Karasu is dead. Our mission complete. Forgive me if I'm unsure as how to feel about this turn of events. In any event, there's nothing more to be done here. Tsubami is wounded. Let us bring her home. Except you walked in the wrong direction. Wait, no you didn't. Ignore me. I'm an idiot. The mission that brought me to Eorzea is complete. Once Tsubami's wounds heal, we have no reason to sojourn further into these lands. And yet if Karasu spoke true... No, it simply cannot be. After, your return pleases me. I feared I might miss the chance to bid you a proper farewell. Yeah, we'll be taking our leave from your realm. My mission is complete and Tsubami's wounds have all but healed. Tradition dictates that we return to our elders to deliver tidings of our success. Redbeak's last words? I will not lie. At first they weighed heavily on my mind, but in the end I am a shinobi. I came to this land to perform a role, not out of curiosity or spite. Mayhap Master Gekkai still lives, mayhap not. It is no longer my concern. Karasu is dead, and with his passing, it's time to close the curtain on this chapter of our lives. Before I leave, I would ask one favour of you. There is a place I would visit before we depart your realm. I would go alone to gather my thoughts. Could you pray look after Tsubami while I'm away? Her condition is much improved, but I would not take any chances. Thank you. Did I actually get the gear? I did. It won't be as good as the augmented Magitech set. Your concern is most touching, but I'm quite fine. In fact, it would seem that the injuries I suffered were not nearly as grave as they appeared on first glance. It would appear that Karasu meant more to fan the flames of Obero's ire than to cause true harm. Speaking of Obero, have you seen him about? It's not like him to disappear in the midst of our preparations for departure. Along with his thoughts, you say. Where do you suppose he might have gone? Bulls Falls. The place where the two of you practiced. Yes, he always has had a fondness for waterfalls. That's it, it must be. After, Obero is not himself of late. Perhaps I worry over much, but I could never forgive myself if something ill were to befall him. You will go look after him for me, will you? I seek not to change his heart. If his heart is truly made up, I wish only to know his true feelings, that I might support him in whatever humble way I can. Oh, I suppose I could... all of these items, from the Mithril Shield down to the Tusk, are from doing fates that are related to the tribes. So you can see some of how often I did certain fates in order to try and get the different candies. So you get one for each completion, and these weren't the only fates that I did. But they had higher spawn rates. They were relatively easy to repeat. What's up, Obero? You want to kill that dragon next to you? What are you doing here after? Took you for a woman of your word. Tsubami sent you, didn't she? Looks like I was the fool for thinking I could fool two who know me so well. Since that day, this is the only place in the world where I can find a moment's respite from the turmoil that rages within me. And yet, the instant the sound of the crashing waters fade from earshot, it all comes flooding back. You've proven yourself a true friend to us and a worthy shinobi in your own right. Answer this for me, after. For what, for whom do you wield your blade? For myself. A clear, unwavering answer worthy of you. Yes, why fight if not for that which you believe is unquestionably right? I speak in earnest to you after. Our battle with Karasu, his dying words. They left me a changed man, and I can no longer deny what I have become. For so many years I questioned nothing. Tradition, custom, my mission. I was a shinobi, a blade, and a blade does not think. I shut off the doubts, the emotions that threatened to rise to the surface, and told myself this was true presence of mind. I lied to myself no longer. In confronting Karasu, I confronted myself. Looking upon Tsubami lying battered and beaten like my countrymen so many years ago, I felt a single, all-consuming desire to visit retribution upon those who wronged us, and to do so by my own hand. I have made my decision. I shall go and face the truth, for it is only in doing so that my heart will ever know true peace. I will go alone, and I will hear no more of it. You and Tsubami have sacrificed and suffered more than enough. The battle that awaits is mine and mine alone. If it is Master Gekkai I find at the end of my journey, so be it. One or both of us will die, and it matters not. Either way, my mind will be at rest. You've been a true friend and ally after. Farewell. Oboro. Forgive me, after. It was as if my legs moved of their own accord. It is just as I imagined. Oboro means to confront Master Gekkai, even if it costs him his life. He's made his decision, and I will not stand in his way, but neither will he stand in the way of mine. Wheresoever Oboro fights, I will fight beside him. It is not too much to ask. Pray, lend your strength to us this one final time. You've proven yourself a true shinobi, and your blade, unfettered by tradition or convention, may just be what turns the tide of battle in our favour. Oboro did not say where he was headed, but we already know, don't we? Karasu's last words. Candlekeep key. Let us see what the guards might tell us. Egg. Egg? Any unusual happenings are late? Not as such, save for a small private vessel scheduled to dock tomorrow at the crack of dawn. Other than that, it's all pretty quiet around these parts, as it wont to be. Funny thing, though, you're not the first one to ask that question. A milkmaid, a fairly comely one at that, came by not minutes ago asking the very same question. Tsubami? Is that so? The milkmaid is one of Oboro's favourite costumes. As we might suspect, he's one step ahead of us. Oh, it was Oboro. If we could rendezvous with him somehow, it would give us the advantage in numbers. And yet, the risk of exposing ourselves to our foe is too great. We should observe from the shadows until Master Gekkai reveals himself. I'll take up position on the western shoreline. You take to the high ground and keep watch from the promontory over there. Between the two of us, we should cover the entire key. Ah, yes, clipping. Who goes there? Show yourself. I know a rat when I smell one. I trust that I'm speaking with the Garlean Empire's Chief of Espionage and Covert Operations. None other. But you can call me Master if you like, young one, for all time's sake. You're full of surprises these days, young one. The Obero I knew would have been on the first ship back to Doma once Karasu cored his last core. You look sturdier than I remember. Bit gaunt in the cheeks. Are you getting enough rest? You always worked just a bit too hard for your own good. All these years, it was you who taught me the way of the shinobi. You who I loved as a father. Why, Master? Why? Why else? For our village, of course. I simply made the choice that any true shinobi would make. Don't tell me you require a history lesson, young one. Since the time of our ancestors, the shinobi have served many masters. For many years I served Doma. Then, when the time was right, I chose a more powerful master. Fortunately for me, and for our village, my services were in high demand. Have you never wondered why, Obero? Why, when the Doman rebellion was crushed by the Empire, was our village alone spared Garlemald's wrath? It was because of my actions. I protected us where the entire nation of Doma could not. Protected? You betrayed us all! The people of Doma trusted us. Do you know how many Domans died that day? We swore our lives to protect them, and you sold them into slaughter. Do you feel nothing? Not even a twinge of remorse at the massacre you brought upon your countrymen. Countrymen? What is Doma to me when weighed against the ancient and glorious history of my fellow shinobi? History is littered with the husks of fragile men who gave their worthless lives to bring glory to their betters. I hoped against hope that Karasu was wrong, that his story was naught but the twisted lies of a sad fool. But no, I was the fool, master. No, Gekkai, for you are no master of mine. In the name of the souls of the untold thousands whose blood is on your hands, I declare your life forfeit. Revenge, is it? Revenge for foot soldiers and peasants? Is that what this is all about? That's why you lingered here like a festering boil after your allotted mission was complete. Forsaking your role for some selfish flight of fancy will not earn you many friends back home, Obero. nor here. The more time I spend in Garlemald, the more I realise that the Empire quite suits me. There's something to be said for a culture that values merciless strength above all. I've won over quite a few loyal subordinates. Poor little one. All your lofty world. And here you stand alone. You are alone because you are weak. He has no subordinates, this is true. This isn't an army after all. But Obro has something you will never have. Comrades who believe in him and the ideals for which he fights. Tsubame, how did you... Not just me, Obro. After, too, has come to fight at your side. Comrades! You would choose the company of a glorified sellsword over that of the master who made you what you are. Oh, how far my pupils have fallen. You are the one who has fallen, Gekkai. After fights with a sense of honor and purpose that you have long forgotten. And I make this shit look good. After, I cannot begin to express my gratitude. My friends, my comrades, I'm honored to fight at your side. Let us show this false master what true strength is. Let's do this shit! I could have Shukuichi'd out of that. The lost fork Mudra, but it was said to be pure myth. And go down. Tsubame, after, thank you. It is through your belief in me that I was finally able to believe in myself. And Karasu, you had a hand in bringing this chapter to a close. You may be gone, but you are not forgotten. Ah, that almost sounds like a eulogy. Almost makes me wish I were actually dead. Karasu, you still live? But how? Well, when it comes to playing dead, I did learn from one of the best, you know. I see, but why vanish only to return? Oh, just an undelivered present. This is the fifth and final piece of After's traditional garb. Let it never be said that I don't complete my missions, even if it's just playing delivery boy. Wait, Karasu! The elders who named you traitor to our village, they were simply blind to the truth, as was I. If I explain, they will surely see reason. Please, let us return home, together. What's this now? Now that wasn't in the script. How soon we forget, Obro. I was not the traitor, but I did follow him. That makes me just as much a traitor, at least in their eyes. Perhaps so. At the same time, you risked your life for what you believed in. We are not so different, you and I. The sentiment is most touching, but my answer remains no. The village was always a bit too cramped for me. I prefer to spread my wings on a grander stage. The honourable deeds of my present do not erase the terrible crimes of my past. I was a spy and assassin. Quite a good one, I might add. And for all the blood Gekkai has on his hands, mine are nearly as red. In the Elder's mind, you had one mission, Obro. Why complicate the matter? Bring this back and tell the others what they want to hear. The traitor Karasu Redbeak is no more, slain at your hand. You'll be welcomed as a hero, while my fate will be even grander. I will at long last be free. If that is how you would have it, Karasu, then so it shall be. This I promise you. Slowly but surely, our village will change. I will take what I have learned and build a village that honours all of our fallen. A village you could be proud to call home. Just don't get too cocky now, or I'll have to come back to put you and your whole village in its place. I look forward to that day. Let us meet again on the battlefield and pit our ideals against each other as we did that day. And back to the docks. I don't need that up right now. It is strange. All this time I believed I was instructing you in the way of the shinobi. Yet now that all is done, I feel that I should be the one to call you teacher. Thanks to you, I finally achieved true clarity and presence of mind. My blade is stronger for it, and more important still, I now understand what I am truly fighting for. Body or mind, by any measure, you are every bit my equal as a shinobi, save for one final technique, which I will now impart to you. Kasatsu. Use it to rearrange the energies channeled into your body and unleash powerful ninjutsu techniques one after the next. But be warned, in our tongue it quite literally means life and death. Which one it means for you will depend entirely on your presence of mind. And with this, I believe we have both satisfied the respective sides of our initial agreement. We will return to our village, which means I must bid you farewell. Though perhaps not this day. I would see my home change for the better, and introduce new ways of thinking to complement the old. But before I can, there is much I must still learn about this land. And so I will go on ahead. I'll report to our elders the success of Oberon's mission, and inform them that he will return as soon as he recuperates from the wounds he sustained in battle. With the soul crystal that Karasu gave us, no one will doubt the success of our mission. It is a flawless plan, if I do say so myself. Yes, how fortunate we were that I thought of it. Never change, Obero. Promise me that. And with that after, it seems that it is I who will bid you farewell. You've been a true friend, and my heart awaits the day when we shall meet again. But you will return to give Obero lessons from time to time, yes? I'm not convinced that his bows are as masterful as he seems to think. Yeah. And now if I put that in the armory chest, I can also get all of this, which is... Ooh, do not... I could buy them back, but I'd rather not. I could look like a ninja. Here's a question. Yep, that's what I thought. It doesn't work for that. That's fine. Yeah, it's the ninja set. What do the bottoms look like under that? Kind of loinclothy. Okay. I've just never actually paid attention to what it looked like without the top on. Could have glamour options. And of course, it's a highly defensive bit of armor that leaves room for the boobages. Because why wouldn't it? Right, well, I need to go to Mordona and speak with Rowena. Then once we've unlocked the first of the Trials of the Braves, that'll probably be where I end it for today. But we've made some good progress. Because it gives me a lot of things. Oh, I need to have the weapon equipped, don't I? It's giving me a lot of things that I can do. Thavnarian literature on heroes who wielded dazzling weapons, and it's called The Trial of the Braves? Might be as I've got something that fits your description. Jisana's the one who deals in tomes and the like. You'll find it in the north gate of the toll. Trials of the Braves? Why, yes, we haven't had the tomes, but why would anyone be interested in moldy old things like... Ah, what I meant to say was they're extremely rare, and you aren't like to find them anywhere else in Eorzea. 9 books comprise a set, and each alone is worth a small fortune, but I like you, adventurer, so I'm willing to offer them at a discount. For the bargain price of 100 Tombstones of Poetics, you can be the proud owner of a piece of history, a book from the sacred Trials of the Braves. Make no mistake, anywhere else and you'll easily pay twice that. When you're keen to make the exchange, just let me know. So, here's the annoying thing. There are 9 books. I can only have one at a time. And how it functions is that I have to kill these enemies, which are, all around the A Realm Reborn regions. I need to run these dungeons. I have to complete these specific fates, which is actually one of the more annoying parts of doing this, because the fates aren't necessarily always up. And I also need to do these specific leaves. So I had to unlock leave quests in order to do this. So yeah, that's going to be something that I work on off stream. I'm going to also try and get the ninja relic up to the same point as we are with the white mage one. And basically, as we do more job quests for the other classes, that'll give me more and more stuff that I can do off stream. So yeah, this is the so getting all of these candies, these Atma, isn't that bad if you're only doing it once. If you're only trying to get the one of each, it's not that terrible. Depending on your luck, you can get them quite quickly. This is the first of the grindy stages for each individual weapon. Because like I said, there are 9 of these that I need to do for each weapon, and there's no overlap because I can only have one book at a time. Yeah. There's also other grindy phases, but they're a bit more mindless. So there's one where I just have to basically run Aurum Vale a bunch of times. I think it's like 40 times. Well, that might not be right. It might only be like 30 on each weapon. But that's fine because I can run it unsynced. So that won't be too bad once we get to that bit. And then there's also a stage which will require me to have quite a lot of materia, and I think I can buy for allied seals now that I think about it. I have some of these maelstrom things. Let me use one. I think I can do that. I know that you can buy it somewhere. It's either from seals, which is easy because I don't actually have that much other stuff. It is seals. Okay. So it's 50 each, but I can slowly build that up. That's not too difficult. But it also, there's an inexpensive stage. There's a lot of stuff that goes into a relic, and the A Realm Reborn ones are some of the more annoying to get. The Heaven's Ward one is just a lot of Tombstones of Poetics. That's basically all that you need. So it's grindy, but it's easy because you can just do anything that gives you Poetics. The Stormblood, which is the second expansion rather, the third relic, that's got its own instanced zone where you basically have to level up again using a different system and just grind bosses that spawn on a timer to get enough stuff to be able to buy the next level of gear. So that's not too bad. It also has one of the hardest dungeons, which is a 24-man. No, I think it goes up to 48. Is it 48? It's 3 alliances, I think. Is that right? Anyway, there's the Baldessian Arsenal, which is a big thing. I think it might only be 24-man. Now that I think about it. But that's one of the hardest bits of content to do. And that's needed for like the final stage of the relic. And I've got one of those on my main. So I've got the Ninja A Realm Reborn relic, and then I've got the Heaven's Ward and Stormblood relics for White Mage. And on my main, I've only just finished Shadowbringers, so I've not actually unlocked the region to do the Shadowbringers relic, but it's similar to how they've done the Stormblood one, where there's like a separate zone that you have to farm stuff in. So yeah, all good stuff to look forward to. I've got a lot of things to do. But yeah, I imagine that the next stream, depending on how things are going with Rebirth, it might be for Final Fantasy XIV, might be next week on Friday, and I might try and get into that rhythm. But if I've not got a lot to necessarily do and it would just be doing job quests and I'm really enjoying Rebirth, we might just do more Rebirth. There is still a lot of stuff for us to do in this, but I don't necessarily need to rush. I am going to lose the Road to 80 buff after 90 days of the character being created, but I'm not at a terrible point at the moment, and until we get into Heaven's Ward, it's going to be difficult to level the DPS classes much higher. So once we've done the job quests for Scholar, I'll be able to get that up relatively easily by just doing dungeons. Same with White Mage, I can get that up relatively easily by just doing dungeons. But it'll be easier to do both of that once we're in Heaven's Ward and we've been able to do the job quests for them. Because honestly, some of the most useful abilities for pretty much all of the classes are locked behind Heaven's Ward quests. And any other... I think after that they don't hide them behind job quests. And it's just leveling. There might be some that are locked behind it in Stormblood, but I don't remember. I know that in Shadowbringers there's no job quest locked ones. Anyway, yeah, so I'll do Relic Grind, I'll do Masked Carnival, and the Reputation and stuff off stream. The new Moogle Hunt, I don't know when that starts, but I'll probably farm that up and do that off stream as well. I don't know when the second hunt for this starts, or if it's going to be the same items or new items. So we might get some new fancy stuff from that as well. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Or next week for more FF14. Have a good one. Later.